Well, hello, everybody. We are going to go ahead and get started. People are going to filter in as we are working. Welcome, welcome, welcome to Seek the Heart book launch. It went live yesterday, and we are already a bestseller. Thank you guys so much for showing up. This is so exciting for everybody. We are just thrilled that you guys were able to make it here with us today. And of course, in all excitement of technology, it has been a fun morning with this technology already. So if you guys would just offer a little grace as we work through it, that would be lovely. Oh my goodness. I'm Kay Crystal Griffith, and I am actually kind of a stand-in fill-in for Kara O'Daniel, whose big project this actually was. She actually could not be here with us today. She has had a host of medical issues that arose in the last 90 days, and so much so she can't even be on here live today because of a head injury. Poor girl. But she pressed through and gave us a little video to say hello to everybody, and I'm going to show you guys that in just a bit. She's such a trooper. But I know there have been so many of our authors who have been walking through some really crazy things in their lives as we've been putting this project together over the last year. And I just want to tell you how proud I am of each and every one of them. Not only have I gotten to know them through their stories, but we have had meetings, and our chat blows up occasionally like it did last night when we were getting ready for this thing. And it's just an excitement to be able to be a part of their lives, see what they're posting on their feeds, and really just get to know them a little deeper. And today you're going to hear from some of them. And we're so excited that you're here and that you wanted to be a part of this historic event with us. Seek the Heart really was Kara's heart from a very little girl. She always wanted to be published. So in the process of doing that, she was trying her hardest to figure out a way to make that happen while she was walking through many, many, many health issues. And about a year ago, she reached out and said, I really want to try and make this happen. I'm like, let's get it done. And so that is what we've been working on. And it's been an interesting, amazing editorial team. Haley Gray, Dr. Fern Caslow, myself, Kara. And then Kara actually knows Dr. Temple Grandin. And so Dr. Grandin was willing to come in and do a little chapter with us. And so we are just in awe and really thankful that she was willing to come alongside of us and be part of this incredible project. So if you have not purchased your pre-sale link, it is available already on Amazon. And we'll be dropping some of those links into the chat here in just a bit. All right. So right now, to fill you in on where we stand, we are #1 release in philanthropy and charity on the Kindle. And we are the #2 bestseller. Actually, that went to #1 bestseller in philanthropy and charity in books. So that's actually, I need to update that. And then #1 new release in disabilities in the Kindle. #4 new release in social sciences. #11 new release in poli-sci. And #22 in literary. So we are just moving up the chain. We are so excited about that. So if you guys have no other questions, I will go ahead and play this video from Kara because she really wanted to get us started off right here. And let me let that person in. That is the hard part when you thought that you were going to have some working support for tech support and they call at the last minute and go, I can't come either. And I'm like, nope, we're going to make it work because we have lots of grace and mercy in here. And we're going to get it all done. All right. Let's see here. There is Kara. And let me share my screen with you guys.
Hey everyone, I wanted to thank everyone so much for coming to Seek the Heart book launch. I'm so excited. I'm so sorry I can't be with you live. I've been having a lot of health issues lately, and I just have a lot going on, and I cannot be with you guys live. But I'm so proud of all these authors that have poured their heart and soul into this project. And this project has been one of my many dreams since I was a little girl, and I'm so excited that it's finally becoming a thing. So thank you so much for joining, and I'm really excited to see what all the authors have to say, and for to see what everyone thinks of the book. So enjoy the summit.
All right. Short, sweet, and to the point. And if you knew how many takes that took, you'd just go, oh, you poor girl. She is such an amazing girl. And I got to interview her on my own summit a couple of years ago. And her story is just phenomenal. And her mom is even more of a trooper. Her mom actually started a school because of Kara. And Kara needed a little extra support while she was going through all these other surgeries that she was having. And so her mom said, no problem, I'll start a school just for her. And now it's one of the leading successful schools in their area. And there's actually a waiting list to get into the school. So you never know what your life is going to inspire other people to do. And so I want to encourage you today, as you're with us, you're not only going to hear about hope, but you're going to hear about transformation. You're going to hear about miracles. You're going to hear about how people have walked through grief and death, how they've survived things like suicide, how they have come out on the other side. For people who are walking through constant chaos in their lives, how they're doing it in a way that still provides inspiration and hope, not just to themselves, but to other people. When people see their life story and hear what they're walking through, they kind of go, wow, what would I be able to do in that situation? Because often people will immediately dismiss themselves and go, oh, I could never do what you're doing. And yet, when you're faced with the trials, when you're faced with what you need to walk through, you become triumphant because you don't have a choice. And so you find the solutions, you find the hidden opportunities, and you walk through it in ways that you never saw coming. And those unexpected opportunities provide, for some people, businesses, for some people, books, like you're going to see today in all 20 of our authors. And it provides leverage to learn things that you never expected to learn, but now can actually help other people as well. And so I'm so excited that you guys are here. I see Deborah on the screen now, and Linda, and I see one of our authors, Linda. I see you hiding in there. So glad you guys are able to make it. I wanted to share just a couple of quotes from the book, actually. I'm going to go ahead and pin here. And I will say, if it is your turn to speak, if you guys remind me, I will pin you guys. I'm trying to keep it all straight, but I might forget something. So you guys feel free to chime in and support me out here. One of the things that Kara shared in her chapter said, behind the locked doors of my mind, I discovered the courage to finally speak my truth and start living again. Oftentimes when we go through trials, we really have a difficult time thinking that we're never going to get through it because we're so inundated and overwhelmed with what we're faced. But ultimately realizing we've got tools available to us to get us through to the other side becomes part of our freedom in our journey of getting to the other side. One of the things she suggested was therapy is not a weakness. It was the bravest step she ever took to reclaim her life. And that's just one tool that she used. People have many tools, and you're going to hear about some of those tools as other authors are sharing. And then I loved her last quote. No matter how lost you feel, there's a path to hope. Sometimes it's found in the very places you fear the most. Wow, have you ever thought about that? Have you ever thought about what you fear as being something that could be hopeful? And today, I'd love to hear from you guys. I don't want this just to be one-sided, whoever's on the screen just talking at you. I want you guys to be able to contribute. So definitely feel free to drop things in the chat. You're going to see the little chat button down on the far right side. It looks like a little button with some lines in it. So you guys can actually chat in here. And I'll just put the chat right there for you so you have it. And then if you do, I want to make sure that you guys had the journal that you should have received for signing up today. So I am going to put that back on the chat for you. And you can go there, and it's at the bottom of the thank you page for you actually to download that journal. That is something that Kara created just for you. She wanted you to have a place to just not only take notes, but also to look at how you're reflecting on not what we're going to talk about, but how to apply it as well. So she really went out of her way to think through what you would need in a journal. So it just wasn't something else you would just download and print out, but something you actually could focus on and use. And the exciting part is we actually have a workbook for our book coming out as well. And what we've done is we've included all 20 authors, and each one has 4 to 6 prompts in it. So it's an actual workbook that you're going to take. And after you read each story, you're really going to be able to identify for yourself how to take the lessons that you've learned in each of the chapters and go and apply them. Thank you guys so much for coming. I see Diana and Catherine, Kelly, and just a couple more people popping in here. I'm so glad you guys are here. And I wanted to share with you guys a little bit about my story because I'm going to just give everybody a few more minutes just to get started, because again, we had about just shy of 100 people who registered to be here today, and we want to make sure we've given them time to get over here. So I'm Kate Crystal Griffith, and I'm your host for today. Kara could not be here for those who just joined us. She's got some health issues that prevented her from being online. She actually is not even allowed to be touching her phone, although she kept popping into our group chat yesterday, and I had to go, "What are you doing? The doctor said get off." But she was so excited that we had made it to bestseller status, she couldn't contain herself. So a little bit about my background. I actually empower medical mom warriors with health, healing, and hope. I myself am a medical mom warrior of a 19-year-old who has 24 medical diagnoses. And several of those are actually on the rare spectrum. And those are things like Ehlers-Danlos, as well as exercise-induced asthma and exercise-induced anaphylaxis. That actually is a super crazy rare one to actually get diagnosed. It's interesting when you go to PT and you start hiving out and then you get that fun diagnosis. But what I have learned along the way is when you're walking through the hard moments, and those could be your caregiving, like myself, or it could be you as a patient. I also had a traumatic brain injury back from a car accident, and I did not even know my name at times. I just knew I was safe, but what was I going to do in the next interim? How was I going to get to the next place? Because even the hum of the refrigerator was making my head hurt that badly. So I had to figure out how to navigate medical for myself. I have to figure out how to do it all the time for my daughter. And sometimes when you realize that you don't have those skills, you are going to have to learn them. And unfortunately, medical advocacy is not something that we actually teach. Kind of like taxes. Why aren't we teaching the things that are most important that we're going to use in our adulthood in school, right? Now, I appreciate algebra, not very well, but I do appreciate it for you guys who are the math majors. But my approach to math is lemonade just requires a scoop of something, lemons, sugar, and some water. I don't need to measure. Let's just do it to taste, right? So you can see I was never the math major. I was the English major. Now, one of the other things that I've realized in my journey along the way is how easy it is to lose hope. Because when the darkness comes, and let's just face it, folks, there's nobody in this life, even those who are multimillionaires, that don't have some dark moments in their lives. And those dark moments could look like an injury they didn't expect, an accident, a death in the family, an unexpected surgery, even, honestly, not wanting to be here anymore. And even I had some of those thoughts while I was recovering from my TBI. And what I found is when we find that hope again, then the light begins to shine a little brighter. And the light is what really dispels the darkness. And if we can keep that light going, if we can keep that light available to other people, we can then begin to be hope and light for other people. And that was really my ultimate goal in beginning to share what I do and why I wanted to be part of this book, because I saw the value of what Kara was trying to project to other people in sharing her story, as well as what she wanted to bring to those people, which was more light, which was hope. Because ultimately, if Kara can get through number 49 of surgeries just a few weeks ago, you too can. And if she can walk through it with the grace, her head held high, right now as high as it can get without hurting, you too can. We believe in you. We want to inspire you. And we want you to know you are in the right place today to hear more of hope, healing, health. And so let's hear from some of the people who are here today. So I know, David, you are here. And let's go ahead and pin you. This is David Vine. And let me introduce you to him. I had all of my pages ready to go. And wouldn't you know, the dog walked by and knocked them all off of my desk. Yes, because it's that kind of day. So David is with us all the way from Brisbane, Australia. He grew up entranced by early gaming consoles and quickly advanced into the world of tech, my fellow techie right there. And after earning a diploma of information technology, he charted a winding course as a business owner, self-published author, even before our project, and an entrepreneur. David writes across multiple genres: business empowerment, anthologies, magazine contributions, and fiction. And he already has earned several Amazon bestseller spots. So he's just going to add this little notch to his belt, including Business Warriors, Lessons I Learned, and Building Resilience, Overcoming Business Bullies. Oh, that sounds like a good one, David. We'll have to talk about that one. A severe 2022 road accident and PTSD reshaped his path, and storytelling became his lifeline for personal and community healing. Today, David owns Storytime Books and Merch in Brisbane and is determined to empower others with tales of triumph over adversity. Welcome, 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 David.
Thank you very much for this wonderful opportunity to come and talk to you all today from hailing from Brisbane, Australia. So thank you, Kara. Thank you, team, and thank you to you as well, Crystal. Like it's been such a long time since I've actually contributed to a book, actually, because I've had a few rough years due to other traumatic events that I've been through over the past couple of years. So but what I can say right now from the experience right now, from what I've actually written for this book right now, is what started it all. I'd say we're getting close to about nearly 3 years now in July 29th. I remember that date is always going to be ingrained in my mind for the rest of my life, because you know what it's like for people like us, people that are autism, or we tend to remember a lot of things. Even delve into back how it was, back into our childhood. I didn't even find out I was autistic until the age of 45. So you can imagine what it'd been like for me, like growing up all my life, not knowing I was autistic. What I can say, I was bullied on, picked on, punched around, even got a good few black eyes a lot when I was a kid, and all because I was different. I used to get picked on for even thinking the Smurfs for real. So that's how it was for me back then, because I didn't like I was a kid. Well, and a lot of people tend to look down on us, and it was not a nice feeling at all. Well, anyway, from the experience I actually wrote for the book was the PTSD, the experience that I've actually had that actually brought it on for the very first time. It was back in 2022, I believe now. So all I can actually say, it actually started from a road accident. Like all I was just doing was just crossing a road, and like those little traffic light thingies, where green. Well, this is how it's in Australia anyway. So we have the green man and the red light, red man, the red man to say do not cross, green man to walk. So walked a little bit too, picked up the pace a little bit, just to get across the road. Next thing I know, I fell forwards, smashed my face on the ground on the curb right next to me, and it was kind of a bit of an experience in itself, because I was literally there laying on the ground with blood oozing from my eyes, mouth, nose, everything, and I cracked my wrist in 2 places, broke a rib, and I've never been able to walk since properly either, because my back, leg, knees, and right foot has been so bad ever since. So like that day, like I said, I remember it clear as a bell. And when they took me across the road to, like, actually, because there was a little nearby medical center just by, some of the actual security guards took me across the medical center just to clean me up. And I think I might have been even at that medical center, waiting, and waiting, because I honestly didn't know what was going on, because everything felt surreal. Everything was next thing I know, as I was about to get to be hurled off to the nearby hospital. Here's my daughter showing up, because obviously you don't need medical places, right? I like you. They have to like notify family members. So, like I said, my daughter was the first on the scene, came in with me. Next thing I know, I was at the hospital. Paired me up. They all I can say, yes, it's going on 3 years now, and I still have that nerve pain in my wrist, even through to today as well. So, great big huge scar right down the middle of the left wrist, and even my right foot is still terrible, even through to today as well, because I've been taking some sort of medication to actually help with that type of pain. There was it's not, like, it's no good putting me on just any other pain tablets for something like that. No, you need to have actual, probably medicated for the nerve pain, because that's what it was. It was nerve pain even from the beginning and everything. So, and because here's me on the public system. The public system here in Australia is crap. I can tell you that right now, because it's like I'm always waiting for something. Well, it's if it's not an operation from arrest, it's there's always something else. In other words, I'm still rehabilitating even through to today as well. It was even with my back and my legs and my wrists, straight through to my foot, because it wasn't all that long ago actually. Good. I think it might have been just 4 to 5 weeks ago. Right now, I was back in hospital again for wasn't a road accident or anything. No, I virtually slipped out of my own bed, and because right in the middle of the night, I actually had a great big huge panic attack, and a great big huge night terror came straight over me just like that, and that's what caused me to fall out of bed in the first place. And next thing I know, I was in hospital and all that. It's I was literally in hospital for 10 days. Like I said, this was only just 4 to 5 weeks. 4 to 5 weeks ago. I don't know if any of you like follow the Australian news. We had a big tropical cyclone hit right across the southeast coast of Brisbane, Queensland. It was known as Cyclone Alfred, and it virtually left a lot of people homeless, and few people were killed. Everything, and it was a bit of even that was a hairy experience in itself, because even it's kind of funny though. I wouldn't say it's funny or anything, because here's me in hospital for those 10 days, and I didn't even know a cyclone was happening, because I was in hospital and I couldn't see anything. I couldn't even look out the window, nothing. And here's me back on the walking stick again right now. So for the past 2 to 3 years, I've been on and off the walking stick for something, and it's just feels like an endless loop. I've been in and out of the hospital all the time, so which is why you probably never really even see me in any of these meetings. These meetings that we've been having every week, every couple of weeks for the authors. So yes, this is David Ryan from Brisbane, Australia. So you might not have seen me before, but here I am right now, sharing the glory with you guys, and yeah, and have like I said, this is the first time I've actually written something in the past 2 to 3 years. Like I do have other books that are out there, of course. So you would have to go onto, that you would have to go onto Amazon. You probably see a whole pile of books that I've actually written in the past and all that, for other book collaborations that I've actually done as well, like including some of those things that our good friend Crystal here is talking about. So they're not the only ones that Crystal has mentioned. There are a good fair few others as well. So there's a book, another book collaboration on gratitude. Just being grateful for what's going on in our life at the moment. And I know when I first wrote that chapter back then, I think that for that book, I think even then that must have been at least, it was released around about 2022, 2023, even before my accident happened in the first place. So
Wow.
So a lot's changed between 2002, 23 through to now and everything. So like so my mindset's kind of like that at the moment. So been a long journey since then. Been a long journey since 2022 through to now. And
We are glad that you're here. We are so thankful that you were a part of the project. And, you know, it's always interesting when we're prepared for what we're about to walk through. Like you were in writing the gratitude chapter before, and you had to walk through something so hard, and you're continuing to walk through it, you know, and that sets our precedent, our mindset for how to walk through those hard moments. And gratitude is huge. I mean, there's actually been scientific studies that show gratitude shifts the neurology and the neurotendons and into your brain, the wiring. So, you know, you already had been changing your wiring in preparation for something you didn't even realize was coming. And that's pretty cool, you know. I look forward to going to read that chapter. So your chapter in our book for Seek the Heart was Seeking the Elusive Heart. So share with us why you chose that title.
I like to say, probably knows, I'm kind of like trying to chase my own heart to be healed again, which is why I say elusive. Yes. He's me overthinking these things all the time and everything. So like, because everything in life feels so elusive and everything. So whether it's like from what I was saying earlier, I know I've been through a lot of things over the past few years and everything. And all you can say is no. I like to start choosing me again.
That I love to hear that. People think choosing yourself is selfish, and self-care is not a luxury, folks. It is a requirement. And if we are not taking care of ourselves, we cannot pour out to anybody else. There is truth in that airline saying, put your oxygen mask on first before you put on somebody else's. Because if you're trying to put on somebody else's and you pass out and they don't get theirs on either, now we've lost two people, right? So you have to put it on yourself so then you can help other people. And David, I'm glad that you are taking care of yourself. And when you have to go to the hospital, you have to go to the hospital because you have such an inspirational story and you're continuing to walk through it each day, especially in light of that type of pain. I remember the pain that I had from my TBI, and oh, it was just excruciating, and nobody could understand it because no one talked about headaches back then. And for you, that neuropathy and nerve pain that you're having in your back and your side and your wrist, especially those wrists, we use them all the time, right? And so I'm sure that's something that you're having to walk through every single day. And
one thing I will mention though, like the nerve pain in my wrist, right? Like you could say it's kind of like impacted my writing and what I'm trying to say is I'm left-handed. So can you imagine you can probably might even see it, a bit of a
a little bit, we can see a little bit. Yep, right there.
Yeah, huge scar right there.
But the good news is you still did it.
Yeah.
And how many books have you now been in since your accident? Is this your
Since
first
my
one?
accident?
Since?
This is my first one since the accident.
There's a breakthrough here for you, big time. Because it's showing you it changed, it shifted.
Before the
Yeah.
accident, I would like to say at least over 20 titles. Over
But
20 titles.
you're back at it. Kudos. You're back at it. And we're glad that you chose Seek the Heart to be the first one back. We're so thankful. You guys, he is up. It is like midnight there. And he has been so patiently like fighting with tech and trying to get his background on. And it's been a little crazy for him today. So everybody, if you just want to extend some love in the chat for David, we just thank him so much for sharing with us. And I wanted to share 2 of his book quotes. The first one that I really loved in your chapter, David, was every person is uniquely different. Every single person, which means we have like 8.4 billion people on the planet and nobody at all is the same. Every single person is uniquely different. I just love that reminder because in our uniqueness, we find our character, we find purpose, and we find our identity of how to share what's going on in our life to be an inspiration and a hope for other people. And that's what you're doing. Even in spite of your pain, you are choosing to show up and inspire other people. And that is amazing. The other quote that I loved from
One
your
thing I
chapter.
will say right now, I don't know if Temple is on right now or anything though, but
She's not.
she's not.
She's
But,
not, but she's going to get a recording of everything. She's
well,
actually at an event herself. It's
all
a
I
full-time
can
job over
say
here.
is I watched your biopic just a few weekends ago, and all I can say is I feel you. I really do.
Temple Grandin, for those who don't know,
From my heart to your heart.
you should come on over to Colorado and say hello to her. She teaches at Colorado State University. She'd love to say hello, probably.
Yeah. I bet you'd love to meet me too.
Love it. So we will leave with your last quote for you. Where there is trauma, there is adversity we must overcome to get over it. And when we're walking through those hard moments, there's always something that we have to overcome. And you're doing it. You're living it out in living legacy. So proud of you, David.
Thank you very much. Like I said to you before, it's almost nearly midnight here. So I'll probably might stick around to watch 1 or 2 more before I
Good.
believe it or not, I've actually been up since about 5:30 this morning.
Well, if you fall asleep on us, we'll make sure you're muted for snoring. It's all good.
Yeah, well, even though I do have some form of sleep apnea anyway, so.
Well, thank you so much, David. Any parting words of wisdom?
All I can say is just be you. And don't let anyone make you see that you're the bad person, because you're not.
Love it. Love it. Thank you so much for being with us, David. So excited to be partners with you in this project. And I pray that you get some wonderful, renewed sleep tonight. So
All I can say is there's gotta quickly say one last thing.
absolutely.
Like Australia has a system called the NDIS, the National Disability Insurance Scheme.
Okay.
So and it's there to help people, not just for the people that, of course it's for disabled people, of course, because of course there are disabilities that you can see, disabilities that you can't see. So which is why they send people like support workers to actually go out and actually help people that are, disabled in some way, whether it's, like I said, physically challenged or mentally challenged. And what I can say is a system like that would probably benefit anywhere across the world, really. And if any of those people, whatever people here are watching this video live stream right now, I'd like to say hello because I've invited them here to come and watch me right now.
We have a disability system in the United States. I don't know that we have anybody from the UK here. I think we do have somebody here from Canada. I can't quite remember who that is. So yeah, I think in each country they now have some type of disability system, which is great. We're making progress, and hopefully that will become more expanded to those who need it. I know my kiddo is also looking into what we call SSI here, Social Security disability here, and so there are people that need it. And like yourself, where you are right now, you are moving through, and I just bless you to not have to be on that for the rest of your life, and that your books provide you some income, your business provides you even better income, and you have an abundance of clients that's going to not only help your mental capacity recharge, get that cognitive back in order, because I can tell you that helped me the most after my TBI, was just working. I started my master's and just having that constant work to get my brain going again. That really helped me. That doesn't help everybody, but it definitely helped me. So I know for you, just being in this book has helped you, because I've seen you along the line in the year that we've been together, and I have seen you shift and change, and it really has been a progressive thing to the good for you. So
thank you very much. And I don't know, have I gone past my time limit here, have I?
it's okay. Mr. Christopher is going to be our next guest. So if he wants to turn on his camera, I'll introduce him. Thank you so much, David, for being here. And Mr. Christopher. All right. And I think you are not muted, so we should be good. Let me introduce our next guest. This is Christopher, and his chapter is called The Battle Cries of Neurodivergence, which I was very interested in because my kiddo is also neurodivergent. And he is actually, this is a really, really, I don't want to say a good one, but it's good that you are still here to share your story. He is a 6-time suicide attempt survivor. 6 times. That blows my mind. Just blows my mind that can even happen. And you are here, which just tells me your story is really something that's got to be shared with so many people. And he turned his pain into purpose by founding an organization called From Victim to Victor. I love that title. Through philanthropy, education, and advocacy, he supports victims of crime and professionals who serve them, all through a mental health lens. He is a board-certified patient advocate. That's the BCPA that you see behind his name on our website. And he is a sought-after speaker, published author, prior even to Seek the Heart. And Christopher vows to uplift vulnerable and marginalized voices until his last breath. He is faith-powered and obsessed with education, and he proudly brands himself the super advocate. I like that. I'm going to start putting that hashtag super advocate in mine.
May also feel free to use that.
I love it. So Christopher, share with us a little bit about what inspired your story and how you got into this project.
I would say, okay, for starters, I've been through a lot of trauma and adversity between being a survivor of gender-based violence, being a survivor of medical and systems trauma, as well as being a 6-time suicide attempts overdose survivor like Crystal just shared. So, but all this started much younger with my education. Like academically, I struggled growing up. which was not the case once I got out of the K-12 school system, but in that time frame, I struggled. I was bullied immensely, on top of dealing with the abuse outside of school. I dealt with it in school and after school by my peers. So that just really messed with my head. I've witnessed more within the walls of those who I consider close than what is normal or what anybody should ever have to. I felt like I needed to parent adults who I dealt with in life growing up and make sure they were safe, which resulted in part to me developing complex PTSD, which I wouldn't say is unfortunate. I would say it's fortunate and something that I wear on my shoulder like a badge of honor, because the PTSD signifies that you've been through hell and back and been through sometimes multiple crucibles of life and crucibles of the mind. So that is how I view my PTSD. And I haven't shared this publicly, but I will now for the first time. I was recently diagnosed with having borderline personality traits disorder. So although borderline personality disorder for me is more of knowing how my symptoms come together and having a way to identify my symptoms to get on even a better track to getting the help I need. And to be honest with you, it took around 10 plus therapists over the past few years or so to get this diagnosis and for me to receive it from somebody and accept it. So that is not easy. That is not something I say lightly, but it's a reminder that to never give up, keep going, and don't be afraid to seek help. Don't be afraid to get into therapy. Therapy is honestly like dating. I've had therapists even say that as well. It's literally like a relationship to a degree. So you can even think of therapy in a fun way like that. And so you don't think of it as being as hard and rough, because you are all in control of your life. You are the captain of your ship, the pilot of your plane, and the chief of your destiny.
I'm still laughing about your therapy is like dating. I love it.
It truly is.
I just love it. My daughter often goes, "Mom, are you ready to get back to dating?" And I'm like, I'm gonna need more therapy for that. I love that. It's just classic. It was just perfect. I want to just thank you so much for being vulnerable and sharing what you just did about your borderline. This is new information actually for people on the spectrum. And people on the spectrum are often co-diagnosed with RAD, which is reactive attachment disorder, when they're under 18. Well, reactive attachment disorder actually at the magic age of 18 becomes a new name, borderline. And so there are many, many, many people who need those tools to understand what they're walking through.
I didn't even realize that. So I really appreciate you empowering and enlightening me with what I shared with you all.
I'm so glad you shared it, because it is really new to the scene. It's just getting the word out. And we ourselves, with my kiddo, had to figure this out ourselves, and did that with a fantastic therapist to help her. And I'm thankful for what you shared about the bullying as well, because if there was something that we could do differently in childhood to help children who we are seeing bullying, what would you suggest that be? How could we help them the most to shift that?
One thing that I would recommend for starters would be bystander intervention training from a very early age. Maybe even as early as like first or second grade, but in a way that's developmentally in tune with the age that you are teaching it to. And perhaps having like a school social worker or a school psychologist do the training. I think that would be one place to start. But I know that would be a huge uptake to even make that happen broadly. And just letting those from a young age know that they have a voice and that they matter, and encourage them to speak up in class. Because if you speak up in class and speak up in school and learn how to do it in the best way, then you would be more likely to speak up and advocate for yourself in life growing up, and in navigating systems on behalf of yourself and others. And I would also add encouraging our youth and adolescents and knowing that in one setting, you don't know what life is like for them in another setting. Like, for example, with me, growing up, there was, I would say, many providers from time to time who did not know what things were like on the other sides of my life and other rooms of my life, other places of my life. And if they did, things may have been better. Or had a different outlook, or a different way to get to a better place on a better path, perhaps.
I think it's so beneficial for our audience to realize, in case they didn't hear my comment that I made at the very beginning, that we just saw you kind of on a Capitol Hill where you live, because I think there is an empowerment for those who think that they won't amount to anything because of what they've walked through or labels or diagnoses that they have. And I just love how much, not just you're accomplishing because you're accomplishing something to be successful, but that you are because you can. And I think that really says so much to many people who will hear our message today on replay, because look where you've gone versus where you've been, right? And what you've done with that pain to come to where you are today. What do you think has been the biggest tool of help for you in your life?
I would say a big part of it is therapy. Although many therapists did not work out long term, I still gained something from even the ones that did not feel they were a good fit for me. And just a lot of inner work on myself. A lot of my faith has been huge and instrumental. Probably one of the the most major, I would say, influence over getting to where I am today, emotionally and mentally, and even physically. Like my chronic pain, I was able to change my perspective on it, and that allowed me to not be as limited by it as I was. And when it comes to different seasons of the year or a new year coming into fruition, like I have a thing where I spend a lot of time with God. I spend a lot of time like journaling and just like setting intentions, etc. And I've done a lot of work on forgiveness and inner healing. Part of that is I regularly use affirmations, like to uplift myself, and I just I do gratitude journaling regularly. I pray regularly. Something that helps me keep the peace as I go into the night and through to the next day is I'll spend time with my higher power, repenting for any, that I've done wrong that day, even that I don't have a awareness of. I'll give gratitude to people and things for that day. And I feel like that's actually been, and affirmations as well mixed in with that. And I feel that actually does help, like with putting me in a better mindset, frame of mind to fall asleep for the night. And not being afraid to ask for help, not being afraid to say, hey, I need help, and to be vulnerable. Because being vulnerable under the right situation and environment can be very cathartic. It can even be breakthrough level powerful.
That is so true. When we are willing to be vulnerable, we are modeling healthy relationship.
Indeed.
Especially when you come from a place where you've had to mask your whole life, and now you get to be you, and whether you're neurodiverse or not. I think that's true for both situations, because we teach masking at such an early age, right? I think that oftentimes is part of the root of bullying. They have a big mask on to be these bullies because they're stuffing their feelings. And when we are able to teach them, and I loved your idea of what to do in the schools, begin to teach them not only bystander intervention, but also how to walk in the big emotions, because those big emotions are so big for little kids. They don't know what to do with them. And so the more that we can teach that to them, I think the better the next generation will be, as we're beginning to model that better for them. I just loved your idea for that.
Thank you.
One of the things along those lines that I did for my kiddo, she had massive anaphylactic reactions to food allergies. So we had to pack her lunch every single day. And I was not a PB&J person. Like, she got lasagna and she got, different things. And I'm not a big cook, but she always got good leftovers, right? And so when we'd go in there, they would all bully her about the smell of her lunch. Well, I think they were just jealous they were having PB&Js, right? But every year for 6 years, I had to go in there and do a little allergy story time with her class. So they'd leave her alone. And it did help for about 6 to 9 weeks. And then, I'd have to go back in over Christmas and go, okay, guys, let's review the story again. And I think that was kind of along those same lines of that bystander intervention, because we have to teach them what they're doing is not okay in bullying other kids, no matter what that bullying is attached to, right? And understand and teach them to really look at, why are you jealous? Would you like me to send lasagna with you if you sit with her? I'd be happy to do that, right? So I love your idea. I hope you will take that somewhere, because I think there is power in that idea, big time. And maybe that's something, we have so many people on this call right now that have resources available to them. That might be a great community project out of Seek the Heart, where we can take some of what we have walked through ourselves and combine those forces to develop that program to get it into the schools. That would be really a unique opportunity for us as a group.
That'd be amazing. I would love to bring these ideas to fruition and make a much bigger impact and a better life for multiple of us, not just myself.
Absolutely. So I wanted to share one of the quotes in your book that I just loved. And you said, you might wonder what battle cries have to do with neurodivergence. Let me share a profound truth. Being neurodiverse is a mark of strength and uniqueness. So true.
It is.
So true. And what do you think is your most unique attribute about being neurodiverse?
Let's think for a moment. I had something on my mind. It kind of slipped as it was coming on. Just give me one moment, please.
Fine.
I would say like the intuitive, the empathic intuitiveness that I have, and to the degree that it is.
That's a good one. Yeah, I think there are many people that I've met with neurodiversity that their empathic nature is, wow. Like if we could somehow bottle that and sell it to those who don't have as much empathy,
We'll be so wealthy. We'll be like world leaders if we could do that.
Right? I love it. I love it. Well, I did a misnomer with David, and I want to make sure I don't miss it with you, and I'm going to come back and circle with David's. But you are offering our guest a free item. Do you want to talk to them about what that is?
Yes, I would love to. Well, I created a mental health advocacy guide for you all to guide you with advocating for your own medical healthcare journeys, as well as those you support and like work, play, and study with. It also has quite a few resources on the bottom. I know one of the links is no longer active because the entity went out of business, but I have no current benefit in financially in any of those links, but there are just links that I feel will be valuable. And I also have some like inside knowledge from lived experience on how to best advocate within the healthcare setting. It's about a few pages long, give or take, and I believe it. And I really hope it empowers you all, and in minimum inspires and lets you all know that there are people and there are resources out there, and you all got this game called life.
Mm. And it is quite a game, isn't it?
It is.
Well, thank you so much, Christopher, for not just being a part of the project. I know Kara really wants me to extend that to every single one of you guys as authors. She just could not be prouder of this book, not because we did hit bestseller status, but really because you guys stepped out. You stepped out on a limb. You stepped out in faith. You believed in her. You believed in the project. And really, she is so thankful for every single one of you guys who have been part of this project. And she just is really devastated that she can't be here in person today, because she wants to celebrate with every single one of us in what has been accomplished and celebrate bestseller status. So you can add that to your list of things in your bio now, bestseller status. That's exciting. So just to remind everybody, Christopher, I dropped the link in the chat for you. It has a free mental health and wellness advocacy guide. David also has extended his ebook, Lessons I Learned. And so that's available for you on that same link for you to download. And then you should have received the Seek the Heart journal from Kara when you registered. So if for some reason that you did not get that journal, I am going to drop that back in the chat for you to make sure that you have that as well. And that was just such a lovely journal that she created. Thank you so much, Christopher, being with us today, and we wish you much success in your travels. Next up, so excited, I see her on the screen. Although I really want to give her a hard time about how she spells her name, because my first name is Catherine and I spell it differently. So, Miss Catherine, are you ready to join us? This is Miss Catherine Kim Mullen. She is so much fun. She just had her picture on the Jumbotron in Times Square for another book that she wrote. That was so much fun. I saw that on your book. So let me share with you. Her chapter is Grief Has No Clock. Wow. Just the title alone, Grief Has No Clock. Because it doesn't. I mean, we miss forever, right? For a lifetime until we're reunited with them, hopefully. And so, you know, what does that look like in how she has lived her life. And we're going to find out more about that. So let me introduce Catherine to you. She's a philosopher, an author, an investor, perpetual student. I get that one. And she lives life by design, as we all should, right? Deliberateness and intentionality. She is passionate. She loves life and people. She plays full out in everything she does. And she feeds her mind every day through reading with intention to learn and grow. She is a business person with an entrepreneurial spirit with 35 plus years in human resources and expertise in commercial real estate leasing. I should call you. I have some ideas. Her successful business colleagues and friends describe her as a precedent. Her success came from listening to her intuition and using her imagination while having the clarity to see the future. Another colleague and friend shared this with her. Catherine, your head may be in the clouds, but remember your heart and feet are firmly planted, which describes her well. Catherine imagines a world in which everyone has wealth and connectivity. So share with us a little bit about why you chose that title.
Well, before I even touch me, I want to touch all of you. And Crystal, the work you have put into this is beyond. And I'm grateful to Haley Gray for even suggesting this. I had no idea, what do I have to add to this? It's not a business. It's not anything I'm familiar with. And though I have written a lot over the years, it was all for personal healing is what I would say. So, and Kara, well, just being with all of you and collaborating with a group that are trying to, they have a goal. We're going to finish one chapter, and they have a team and they have a guide. So anybody sitting here that's not in the community that wrote the book, they are not an author, I would say if you get that opportunity, it'll be the best investment you've ever made. So I can't go to me without recognizing all of you. And this team of people in here, that they all did play full out. They all put their heart into writing their chapters. So for anybody, I'm from Canada, and merci. Thank you all very, very much. And I also want to thank Joanna if she's here, because I haven't seen her in a while, but I know I saw her name pop up. So I'm glad you're here. A great group of people. Now we'll talk about the title, Grief Has No Clock. So the currency I live by is time. Money to me has never been the driving factor in my life. Wealth for me is all areas of my life, not just financial. Because if you have all the money in the world and not the rest, you're broken. So it was easy to attach time, because time, for me, I went home at 25, looked at my mother and said, Mommy, what am I going to do? I'm not going to have enough time to get everything I want to do in my life done. And I'm 66. I was right then. So I guess what got me through life was not staying where I was, always moving forward. What stopped me in life was not staying where I was to heal. So it caught up in my 60s. So I took the time to share my vision of what grief is. And I'd say the biggest lines I used on a daily basis to heal me was accept the unacceptable, because there's no explanation why something's happening sometime. And you have no decision except accept. Love the unlovable, because it's not lovable. And how do you love the unlovable? And forgive the unforgivable, because all that's going to touch you, the unacceptable, the unlovable, and the unforgivable. But if you can get past it and move on, nothing stops you. And so there goes to this. I went to a psychologist when I was emotionally broken, and I had an emotional breakdown. I did not have a depression. I did not have a nervous breakdown. I had an emotional breakdown. And I remember showing up at the psychologist, and she said, you're having you're having a nervous breakdown. And I said, what's that? And how long does it last? Remember that time is my currency. Then she said, and you're in a depression. What's that? And how long is it going to last? And that's how I've lived my whole life. What is this and how long is it going to last? And time to move on. So I didn't realize I was in emotional breakdown. I just know that emotionally I could take no more. And if you read the chapter, it's all there. And I only have 10 minutes and I want to pick the important points. So here's the part is I went to a physical doctor because I've been, it all stacked up. So recently in the last 4 months, my blood pressure spiked, cholesterol problems. I said, what? I was vegetarian for 20 years. I live healthy. I exercise. Where is this coming from? And I'm grateful to say everything 4 months later is good. But sometimes, and the doctor said something to me that touched my heart in complete opposite to what the psychologist was telling me. She said to me, grief is timeless. So that was great. That's what I got from the psychologist. But the doctor said to me, you're 66 years old. You've lived all of that and look at what you've done. I mean, I've done a lot and I've had a lot happen, but I've got stuff is what I would say. That's what I would always say when I was teaching business. I would say, I've got stuff. Don't worry about that. I've got stuff. And it's experience. All this stuff that's trauma, that's what gives us the stuff. So to get back to the grief, she actually helped me because she didn't go to the depression. She didn't go to all those words that everybody knows or should know. What she went to is, look at what you've done. Look at what you've done. And while you're focusing on what you've done, things look differently. So I'd say grief is not just death. Grief really is every loss you experience that stacks up like the washing machine you can't figure out with the dirty clothes that somehow or another come out clean, but where'd the dirty water go? That would have went into our subconscious mind. So what I'm going to say is it's a scary place when we're going through things, but do your best. And I could tell you that the year I lied on a couch and cried every day, when the people that love me would call, I'd say, oh, I've got a cold. I've got a cold. And they couldn't see that I was broken. It wasn't like breaking your arm that they say, can I go pick up your groceries for you? Because they don't see. So this chapter and writing was a healing for me. So as people would leave my life in death, it was very easy in the sense that, okay, they've died. What can I do about it? But what I didn't deal with was what was attached to their death. Like my dad thought I was perfect. Who's going to think I'm perfect? My mom is my best friend. Who's going to be my best friend? So I wasn't grieving just their physical loss. I was grieving thinking I lost what happened. And it all stacked up. So I live my life I love. I truly love. I meet someone, I try to figure out what I don't like about them so I can deal with that, put that to the side. And if I can put it to the side, we're going to be friends. And if I can't put it to the side, we're not going to be friends because I'm going to destroy you. You're going to destroy me. And let's not do that. So that's how I live my life. Anybody can reach out to me. I'd be glad to talk to anybody. My gift is I run a book club on Wednesday nights. It's free, but we study Napoleon Hill because I'm certified out of the foundation, walking in his grounds. Everybody's welcome to join. It's free. We read and then we talk, but we really do share and we're intimate. We're not like 100 people, but you come when you can, you don't. And the other thing is I created a podcast many years ago, which you'll find in the book, the link to it. But that podcast is called Are You Stuck? And there's a workbook that if you want, I can get it to you. You just email me. All my information is in here. And here's what I'll say. Music has healed me through many a time. And a song that touched my heart is Dallas Green from City and Color writes, when death creeps in to play its part, you must follow your heart. And you can replace that with anything. Let's replace it with whatever is coming in to play its part. Fear. And in this case, because we're talking grief, when grief comes in to play its part, you must follow your heart. You must follow your heart. So thank you for your time and your mind and just being here.
That was just lovely, Catherine. I really loved how you said, I try to figure out what I don't like about them so I can just deal with that. I think oftentimes we dance around that. We're like, well, I don't want to say anything. And then that becomes chaos for you. It becomes chaos for them because they're like, I don't know, I'm getting a vibe from that person, right? And, when we can just deal with things, it's so much better. That goes back to our last conversation with Christopher about masking, doesn't it? Oh my gosh. I love that. And I love how you said you didn't stay there to get healed and it caught up with you. A great book that I read was Feelings Buried Alive Never Die. And
thanks for that. It's always great to have books. I read every day.
Yeah, that is such a good one. And Splunkna is another good one along the same lines, because when we just bury those emotions, we're making up all kinds of things in our head that we believe is truth, and they're just lies. And then we buy into the strategies of those lies. And then just like what you saw, before you know it, you're 66 going, I really kind of need to deal with some of that. Right?
A little bit. Or if I don't, I'm not functioning. It's very hard on the people you love because they say, I didn't do anything. What's the matter? Why is she angry? And I don't deal well with anger. I really don't. Anger, even I wish I lived life where I could say I was never divorced or I didn't have anything. I had 13 miscarriages. I did have anger. But here's the thing. I was never able to let go unless I found the love in the situation. And then I was able, like saying goodbye is hard. But, one of the things I would, as I'm sitting here and thinking about it, is when you're around and you're looking at people walking or playing, because you wouldn't have known that I was broken. You wouldn't have known because we are able to function with the people. So able, like, what's the matter with her? And I didn't even know what I was doing, in the sense that I didn't know. I lived a trauma that really caused I'd say, my blood pressure. And one of it is I worry too much. And I thought it was because my husband had a heart attack and almost died last July. But it wasn't that. It was something that happened to me at 13. So from 13, I live with this worry. I don't even know I have that. So really, you only find out when all of a sudden something's happening and you're with the person that asks the question. When the doctor looks at me, the physical doctor, who says to me, what would you say you right now? I say, well, I worry about things. You think? She said. Does anybody else in the family do that? And then I'll be finished for today. But does anybody else? No, nobody else does that. I go back a week later because I tell my sisters, they're my partners, and I tell them, what did you say? Nobody else does that. Where are you living? She said, we all have anxiety. So I go back to the doctor and I say to the doctor, I say, I told you that nobody else, but my sisters have it. My mother had it. Everybody has. So to be able to laugh at the things you cannot change, right? There's things you cannot change. They're just in the DNA. So thank you very much, Crystal. Really. And Kara, I hope you get better soon.
Oh yeah, she is working hard to do so, Oh my goodness. Thank you so much for sharing. That was just beautiful. I loved your anxiety story because that's perfect, because what we think is happening in the real world is oftentimes not what is happening in the real world. And we just have to get out of our own way to hear the truth. And then it's amazing how much freedom that brings. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. Thank you so much. And I dropped in the author gift link again for you guys, so you guys can go sign up for her book club. And that idea, actually, I'm just going to go on a little tangent for a second, is why we are actually coming together as Seek the Heart to also offer a book club to walk through the book. And what we're going to be doing is we're going to be offering each author an opportunity to come in and teach about their chapter once a week. So we are going to start that May 5th on Mondays. If you go to seektheheart.com, I've already updated some of that website for you to see that. And we'd love for you guys to join us for that book club. The book is actually being released pre-sale right now, and it will be delivered to Kindle on May 1st. So you'll also see the buy button on our website, seektheheart.com. So you can sign up for the book club. You can actually get in there and go ahead and pre-buy your book. Propel us to #1 in a couple more categories. That will not hurt our feelings at all. We're so excited to be able to say that we are now Amazon bestsellers. That is so exciting. And we couldn't have done that without all of you guys. We are so thankful for everyone who's supporting us on this project. And just thank you. We are so grateful, really. Well, thank you, Ms. Catherine, for being here today. And I believe Mr. David Hollingsworth is in the house. We are going to jump to him because he is here live and in person.
Yes, I am. Good morning. How are you?
Hello. Hello. We are doing it. All right. I got your pen. Look at that. I love it when a plan comes together. You guys, this is David. Oh, his story, taking off your training wheels. I loved it. That was so good. So good in the book. And I was laughing through it because I remember when my own kiddo could not get her training wheels off to save her life. And we figured out it was a balance and spatial issue. But your son had a little different talk. And when you guys read his story, you are going to laugh along with it because it really was so educational and applicable to so many things in life. So let me introduce you. This is David Hollingsworth. He is an accomplished IT executive. We have so many techies in here. An award-winning speaker, a storyteller, and an author of Get Out the Door. Might see that as a freebie as well, by the way. Mm-hmm. Over 25 years in tech, he has mastered solution architecture, proposal development, and operations. He holds an MBA from Xavier University, plus several other amazing certifications in the IT tech world. He also experienced a devastating motorcycle accident that left him with spinal injuries. And yet within 1 year, just 1 year, which is hard to imagine. I can't imagine. He scaled the Empire State Building run-up, completed in not 1, but 2 triathlons. I just have to say, that's so impressive when I'm over here and you get a 3K out of me. That's all you're going to get. But you're over here doing the triathlons. He cycled the assault on Mount Mitchell and finished the Marine Corps Marathon. Kudos. And today he inspires audiences on resilience, leadership, and service excellence. Oh my goodness. So share with us a little bit why you even wanted to get involved in this project.
Sure. One of the things that I found, I do need to correct one little thing. With my motorcycle accident, it took me a year to recover. I was in the hospital for 3 months, had to learn to stand and walk again, was off work for 6, and in treatment for a full year. Wow. It took 10 years to get to the point where I could run up the Empire State Building and do those other things. So it took a little bit longer to build back that strength back.
Just a little bit.
little bit longer.
We'll still give it to you. You still scaled the Empire State Building.
On the inside, I always make it clear that I scaled it from the inside, not the outside, like King Kong. But yeah, the reason I wanted to get involved in this is what I found with going through my accident and that recovery, some other things that I've lived through and done, and my son's story is that a guy named Mark Brown from Toastmasters, he said something that just really resonated with me. He said, your life tells a story, and someone out there needs to hear it. And when I heard that, that just really hit me to the core to say, yeah, I do have stories, and sometimes, they're fun to tell. They're sometimes they're interesting, sometimes they're kind of ego gratifying or whatever. But I tried to look for what is the bigger point of that story and how can it help somebody else. So that led to the first book, Get Out the Door, which is about the accident and the recovery from that. And then this next project that I want to do, which was getting this chapter and this story together. But as a follow-on to this, I want to expand that story to my son's, life story and talk about that, because to put a box around that is my son, when he was 3, was diagnosed with autism. And, we got a lot of the same warning signs that, parents get, either slow language development or other things. And the doctor sat us down and said, your son has severe autism. He's never going to do this. He's never going to go to a regular school, never going to do this, never going to ride a bike. Which, one of the things that really sets me off is when somebody says, you can't do something. I usually make it a point to prove them wrong. And that can be very challenging because my son, Jamie, did not have any internal balance, things that would, for a normal 3 to 5-year-old, when they start learning to ride a bike, they kind of take to it. They move from training wheels to riding a bike to, catching up with the adults. Jamie had difficulty even balancing on training wheels because he would lean a particular way and get too far over and the bike would fall over. We'd try to give him a push. He would fall over. And the way the story starts out is it starts in the story. Jamie throws the bike down, throws his helmet off. I'm never going to ride a bike, and storms in the house. And I knew that he wanted to do that, and struggled to find, okay, how do you teach somebody, A, to ride a bike, and B, how do you teach somebody who can't balance internally how to ride a bike? Because that's what you have to learn. And even though it was a while back, and there are some better tools to learn to ride a bike, thankfully, these days. But at the time, there wasn't anything. And so I had to research, what are the physics of riding a bike? And what I learned was it's all about physics. That science experiment you did in high school, you have that bicycle wheel on a handle and you spin it, then you try to turn it. It's almost impossible to turn because the centrifugal force or the gyroscopic force of that wheel keeps it going in the same direction. So that became the goal. How do we get his wheels turning so that force overrides his tendency to lean away from a fall? Because what happens when you ride a bike is you are constantly falling. You're just falling forward because your wheels are spinning and you're going that direction. If you try to lean away from a fall, that actually makes you fall harder. So I ended up taking a steel bar and bolting it to the back of the bike and running along behind him, walking at first to say, okay, how do we get him moving without him relying on me? And so the first part of that was we had to take off his training wheels because the training wheels were not helping him. And there's an analogy in that we'll get to in a little bit. But is to get him moving so that he could feel that force help him stay upright. And we'd go up and down the driveway with that handle, and he would stay up, and then we'd go down the street, and then I'd have to start running along because he got faster. And eventually it got to be, we got all the way around the block with him riding the bike. But what he didn't realize was he was getting faster than I could keep up. So the first time he rode all the way around the block, he turned around and said, "Dad, I rode around the block. You know, were you hanging on?" And I haven't been hanging on for a week. You know, he did that all himself. And what that led to was a level of confidence that we hadn't seen before that. And it led to all sorts of other things, you know, learning how to ride a bike, learning to play basketball, learning to, you know, be confident enough to go hiking with other people. He was in Boy Scouts, you know, he started achieving his merit badges, and it led to, you know, even though the doctor said, you know, he's not going to graduate from regular high school, he graduated with a standard diploma with almost a 4.0 average. He got his college degree. You know, he learned to drive, and while it took me 2 years to teach him how to drive, he's been driving for, I think, 12 or 13 years now. Doesn't have a ticket, never had an accident. So he drives better than most people you see. You know, he's driven hundreds of miles on his own with no issues. So it all started with taking off his training wheels. And so I started thinking about, okay, what's the analogy there? It's like, if you keep your training wheels on, you'll never pick up enough speed to go anywhere. And the second thought I had about that was, you know, when I was holding on to that bar to keep him upright, and he could only go so fast because I could only run so fast. Holding on to that support and trying to keep him safe, that was holding him back. As a parent, and there's a lot of stuff you can take in from that, is as a parent, sometimes you have to let go for your child to grow up, to move forward. And that was an important lesson for him, and a very important lesson for me, is that sometimes you can't control everything. You can get it to a certain point, and then you have to let it go, because that's where they're going to surpass you. And then the third part of that was realizing that, you know, the whole thing about moving forward is what keeps you upright. You know, moving forward is what gives you balance. And once you get in motion, there is no stopping you. You know, when my brother taught me to ride a bike, one of the things he did was he took me to the top of a hill, put me on my sister's bike, and gave me a shove. And what he didn't tell me was how to use the brakes. So once I got in motion, there was no stopping me. I got stopped by a Buick at the bottom of the hill. I ran into somebody's car. Fortunately, wasn't hurt, other than my sister hitting me after she found I wrecked her bike. But once you get in motion, there is no stopping you. You can go anywhere you want to go, but you have to get in motion. It doesn't always have to be the right direction, but once you are in motion, it becomes a lot easier to change your direction to go where you want to go. It's like when you're trying to push a car out of a snowbank, right? That first level of effort is huge, but once you're rolling, it's easy. So that was the lesson I was trying to tell with this story, is you've got to take off your training wheels to go anywhere. You've got to let go of things that are holding you back. And then once you're in motion, you can go anywhere. And so that's why I got involved with this, is tell that story. And then my next project will be to actually take this piece of the story and tell the bigger picture, because Jamie's 30 now. He lives on his own. He does everything by himself. And I'm working on doing what every parent should do, which is to make themselves unnecessary, right? I still want to be very much a part of Jamie's life, but his life is his, not mine. And to give him that gift, I think is the best thing I can do for him. So as I tell that story, that's what I wanted to tell here. And then to take that to a larger audience with his entire story, because lots of families have children with challenges. And a lot of the lessons that I've learned, some the hard way, are lessons that other people can benefit from. So that's why I'm here.
I love how you put, really to get yourself out of the way, to make it so they don't need you. And you have to let go to let them grow up. And oftentimes we as parents, we see what could be coming, and then we just like want to avoid that for them. And yet we can't, because that's part of adulting. They have to be able to problem solve in those middle of those crises. And we could be their sounding board, but they ultimately have to pull the trigger on those final decisions, with us in support to the best of our ability and as much as they want in that. So kudos to you for realizing that. That's one of the books that I had on my shelf for a long time. Learning to Let Go, actually, is the name of the book. And it's such a good one. One of the things that, you talked about in your book was holding onto your safety net holds you back. Talk to us a little bit more about that.
Sure. It's a normal human tendency to hold on to what's known and what is safe, right? Because there's fear and uncertainty out there. You could get hurt. I have a huge fear of heights, and it just bothers the heck out of me. And there are a couple times where it's really impacted me. One was, my kids and I went down to Costa Rica, and we did a zip line tour. And I was okay, as long as I know what my fear of heights does. Is as long as I look forward and don't look down, I'm good. We did the zip line tour just fine. We're hundreds of feet off the ground, and I'm still okay. But at one point, they have what's called a Tarzan swing. And this platform is only 20 feet off the ground. You're in the same rappelling harness that you've been in. And you know that it's safe because you can see they've got people doing this, whatever. But you have to step off the platform and swing from it. My son, who was 11 at the time, went up and did it. My daughter, who was 8 at the time, went up and did it. Then it came my turn. And I got to the age I couldn't do it. I think the guides refer to me as El Pollo Grande, big chicken. And I said, well, I'm going to do it the next time. So we went to another place to do another blind tour, and I had to climb back down again. And I'm up there on the top, and the guide says, "You've got to go." I said, "No, I don't." And he said, "I'm going to push you." I said, "You're coming with me." But I still had to climb back down. I was very embarrassed about that. But 2 years later, I was in Las Vegas with my kids, and there's a hotel called the Stratosphere Hotel there. And the platform is 900 feet off the street level. And I said, and there were people who do what's called a controlled descent from that. They put on a harness and they basically zip line 900 feet down to the street. I said, I'm going to do that. But I knew that because of this fear, it would be very easy for me to back out of that. And so I would watch all these people do it on YouTube, and I watched people who were successful at it and people who weren't. And the people who were successful were the ones who just followed what the guide said. 1, 2, 3, jump. Because if they thought about it, that fear would take over, and they retreat back to safety, to the things that gave them a safety net that literally held them back. And so the analogy I came up with was, it's like being on the diving board over the pool, like the 10-foot diving board, the big one. And you get out on the edge of that diving board. It's scary out there. And it's safe back there on the ladder, back there on the pool deck behind you. But the fun, the excitement, and the adventure is not on that side. You've got to step through that door to get to that fun, excitement, and adventure, because until you do, you won't experience it. It was the same thing with Jamie. Until I could get him moving, there was, the fear would be very easy to hold you back. So that's something I really feel strongly about is, it's important to understand what is safe and what's unsafe, but to also recognize where you're missing out on things because of wanting to feel safe. So I'm sure that theme will come up in the full-length book that I'll be working on for Jamie.
The things that we do miss out because of that fear can be life-altering as much as the fear can be, right? In doing it. Yeah. Because there's a freedom in walking through it and doing it. And then, there's that fear factor and really bondage that keeps us caught in that fear. Oh, yeah. And you are so not alone. I got on a zip line and I looked at the guy, said, there's 2 ways I'm going to get off this platform. You're going to have to push me or I'm going back down. Those are the only ways. Mm-hmm. And he goes, well, you can't go back down because there's already somebody on the ladder. And I'm like, well, I guess you're going to be pushing me. He goes, I'm technically not allowed to. I'm like, dude, I don't think you understand. Yeah. I will not be doing this voluntarily. Yeah. I'm like, so we're going to do this together. And I inched myself off to the edge. I'm like, look, dude, just put your hand there and lean forward because there was no way I was going to do it myself. So I feel you totally.
Yeah. So, just this week, we climbed, there's a mountain here in Virginia called Old Rag, which is, I think it's the top is like 3,200 feet above sea level. So it's not that high of a mountain, but it's very rocky. And there are a lot of places where you look out over the edge, it's like, oh my gosh. But again, you keep your vision right in front of you and not to where you want to go, not to what you want to avoid. Because they'll teach you that in learning to drive a car around a racetrack, is look where you want to go, not where you want to avoid. Because if you look at what you want to avoid, you will automatically be drawn to that. Mm-hmm. And that's how accidents happen, is you're trying to keep the car on the track, but you're looking at what you want to avoid, you're going to keep going that way. So it's important to focus on what you want to do versus what you want to avoid.
Don't be a rubberneck. Yeah. There you go, right there. There's your quote. Don't be a rubberneck.
I'll have to write that one down.
I love it. Well, tell us about what you've offered everybody as a freebie. It's your growth workbook. So share with us all about that.
Sure. I hate to do a shameless plug for another book. Do
it.
But my first book is called Get Out the Door. And it's about my journey from this motorcycle accident to running the Marine Corps Marathon. And it was, I was told before surgery, because I blew apart my L2 vertebra. My right leg was initially paralyzed. And they told me before surgery, I don't know that you're going to walk again. And I was hospitalized for 3 months and had to learn to stand and walk again. I was in a TLSO brace for 6 months. And had to learn to do everything all over. And when I was running, preparing for the Marine Corps Marathon, I got interviewed by Comcast Sportsnet, and they said, what was the hardest thing about running a marathon? And I thought, well, it wasn't the accident recovery from it, because I got through that. It wasn't training for the marathon. It wasn't even running it. The hardest thing to do was getting off my butt and getting out the door every day. Because once I did that, the rest of it just fell into place. Once you get outdoor, the rest is easy. It doesn't mean it's all without effort. But once you're moving in that direction, which leads to the theme on Jamie's story, is once you're in motion, you keep going. So what I do is I came up with a workbook that's downloadable for the folks on the seminar, that takes you through some of the questions that I ask in the book, which is, what are the things that you see as your obstacles? Because everybody has obstacles that come in front of them. Everybody has places they want to go. And so you have to identify, what are those obstacles? What are the places you want to go? Who do you need to work with to get there? What's one thing you can do today to get you in motion? Because it's those little things that you chain together that take you to a place where you didn't think you could be before. And it's funny. It's like some people say, "Wow, you did this." I'm like, I feel like the guy in Monty Python's like, I got better. I kept going, and then found I was in a different place. Like Steve Jobs said, you can never connect the dots looking forward. You can only connect them by looking back at where you've come from. And so I really feel strongly about that. You don't know how far you're going to go until you start going that direction. But you have to get started. And so there seems to be a theme coming up in what I write, which is, getting started, getting in motion, and then doing what you need to do to get things done. And as long as I have those stories to tell, I'm going to keep telling them.
And it sounds like you have a lot of stories, and we can't wait to hear them. So they'll be all in the new book. Do we have an estimated timeline on that one?
Well, the goal is to have it ready for publish the end of the year.
Awesome.
So this is coming out now, which is a chapter. So if you want to sample what will be in the book, there's a chapter of it. But I do want to tell that bigger story, which is from Jamie's diagnosis through now he's an adult living independently, and showing how other people can identify those situations in their lives, and then how to find those resources to help them get there. Who do you need to work with? Because a lot of people struggle because they don't know what's available to help them. But you've got to ask. You've got to go out and look for it. It's nobody gives anything to you. You have to go find it. But once you do, there's always somebody willing to help you boost that step up to the next level.
We will look for your new book. And in the meantime, you guys go download on the author page. I was just updating for everybody. We've moved up the ranks in a couple other areas, so I was just updating there. But let me drop in for you guys the author gift site again. Make sure you guys go partake of all these amazing gifts that the authors have created just for you guys. And I love the motion. Forward motion is so important.
Mm-hmm.
One, you're not staying where you are, and two, you're not falling backwards, you're going forward.
Absolutely.
So thank you so much for being here, David. It has been lovely to get to know you through this project, and I am looking forward to your other book coming out at the end of the year as well.
All right.
Thank you, guys. All right. Well, I tell you what, we have been on here just about 2 hours. So let's take a quick 5-minute break, get up, stretch a little bit, and we'll come right back here at the top of the hour and get started. And we will be getting started with Heidi Levengood. So Heidi, I know you're in here already. So we're going to take that big, quick 5-minute break and again, come back at the top of the hour. So If you're just coming in, we're just taking a quick 5-minute break. We're going to be back together at the top of the hour. In the meantime, if you want to go check out our offer gifts, the authors have provided an entire page full of lovely offers for you, and they're all free. And you're going to want to definitely take advantage of each and every one of those. So we're going to post that and pin that for you. Hello, everybody. Hope that gave you a little bit of break. You could stand up, grab a little swig of something, do what you needed to. You know, I love the fact that we can be virtual. Look at this. We have people from Canada, people from Australia, people from Virginia, a couple people from Virginia since I live there now too, people from the Rockies, people from the Midwest, all over the world today. I think we even have somebody from London. So, I mean, isn't that the power of technology? It is incredible that we get to do this. And where were we even, 6-7 years ago? All this really took off just 5 short years ago. When we really think about 2020 was 5 years ago. Isn't that nuts? I mean, it's crazy to think that it's been 5 years since then. Oh my goodness, it blows my mind sometimes. Oh, we're looking forward. All right, I have a couple more people that are coming back in. Phyllis, I see your question. Will this be available on Audible for the book? Actually, it's interesting that you asked that question. I tell you what, I think I'll let Heidi answer that in just a minute. So let's put a pin on that. How funny. The timing was perfect. So Heidi, you might need to do more than just what you offered. Maybe we'll just give you that little fun.
Oh my goodness. I'm ready.
I'm going to bring Heidi Levengood up. Let me introduce you guys. This has been so much fun getting to know her. I so can identify with so many parts of her chapter in her story. And in this compelling chapter of her journey, Heidi shares the transformative story of reclaiming her health and embracing a vibrant life against all the odds. Now, as I read this next statement, guys, I'm just saying, just my hat's off to you before I even read it. That's all I'm going to say. She is living in San Jose, California, and balancing the responsibilities of not 1, not 2, not 3, but 6 children. I have 1, and it's like I have 4. I don't know how you do it, girl. Hats off to you. She draws upon her background in technical applied management to navigate the challenges of spirituality, physical health, and emotional well-being. And she delves into deeply personal experiences that have shaped her path towards living her best life, which is really what we want for everybody. Through moments of struggle, resilience, and self-discovery, she has learned to redefine what health really, truly means. Beyond mere physical strength, but as a holistic balance. Love that term. Holistic balance that harmonizes body, mind, and soul, because we are three-part beings. With raw honesty and inspiration, she reveals tools, practices, and mindset shifts that allow her to transcend adversity, finding peace, purpose, and joy in the face of life's challenges. And her story in her chapter is actually living in serenity, which I really liked that particular title. This story of triumph and transformation is a testimony to the power of perseverance and courage to heal from within. Thank you so much for being with us today. I'm so glad. Now, remind me, where are you coming in from?
So I am in California, and that's why I did not speak at 6 a.m. So hats off to all of you guys that were here early. So I am in California.
Well, appreciate you coming on. And I had many comments about what time we were starting. And I said, but my Australian people are sitting at midnight already. So how do you find the balance, right? So thank you for coming on when you did. And you're here and you look amazing. So really share with us how sharing your story has not just helped other people, but really helped you.
It has been a really long journey. And, over time, I realized that the more often I shared my story, the more healing it was over time. So when you talk about all these things that were traumatic in your past, it's really easy to just close yourself off and not tackle those things that really are affecting your life. So every time, I tell somebody, I went through the 12-step program, it really helps me, to get over that shame that I had. And also people go, oh my gosh, I totally relate to that, some of the things that you go through. So it was, a very healing experience for me as well. Lots of tears were shed over writing this chapter. Lots of things that even my mother doesn't know, and she's on this call. So I am very glad to have her support in this too. I can't hear you.
Thank you so much. Yep, muted. Trying not to interrupt yours. We have an air show happening right now. It's super fun. Of course, they chose this weekend to do it. So I just appreciate that you have your mom on here, because when my mom gets on here too, I'm like, okay, does she know everything I'm about to talk about? So I feel you one-on-one on that one. And glad, Mom, that you're here. And I know you're so proud of your daughter. She is doing amazing. So share with us a little bit about how the diagnosis that you talk about in your chapter of bipolar, how is that tied to your self-image, and what does it look like for healing?
It took a really, really long time to come up with that diagnosis. For so many years, I think since the time I was about 9 years old, I've suffered with depression. And so I would go to the doctors and they would, throw these antidepressants at you and hope that, that would really, really help. What I found out was actually that made things so much worse. So it was, it was really a good thing to finally have a diagnosis. It was very sad that, there are certain things in my life that came to that period, but being able to receive a diagnosis that, there's a little thing that's wrong with your brain, but, we can work with it. We can actually treat that. Having that diagnosis and, going through all the therapeutic treatments for it has completely changed my life. I know a lot of people struggle with different addictions and things. And that's definitely how my life went. So getting that diagnosis, I was able to get on the right medications. I did hit rock bottom where, I got locked out of my house. I almost lost custody of all of my children. But I was able to get onto the right medications. I was able to join, the anonymous groups, which were incredible. It's a lot of shame to step into those meetings and go, okay, I might have a problem. And then you talk to them and it's like, okay, I do have something that I need to work on. But you know what? The stories that they're telling, that is exactly what I experienced. At that point, I realized it's okay to talk about things that you go through. And there's other people that have been there. So that was, really important for me. Being able to receive treatment and going through all these programs gave me tools that I needed to actually be able to relate to other people, to form a support network. And also, just connect with other people, I think was really, really important to my healing. So being able to do things like speak right now, to write about the things that I've been through, just sharing has really helped me grow a lot. Mentally, physically, I've been able to take on a lot more challenges and, see a 360 or a 180 change in my entire life. So it's been good.
I love how you're sharing about what you walk through with a diagnosis, because so many people will think about, if I get this label, then I'm in a box. And they miss the fact that that box comes with tools to break out of the box.
Yes. Exactly.
And you cited several of those. First of all, it was the diagnosis as a tool, right?
Yes.
Then it was the treatment. And then it was the support groups. Look at that. That is like the pivotal foundations to finding true health in that holistic balance that you talked about in your bio. What would you say outside of those three has been the most important for you in your continued health recovery?
There's so many different things, but
share them all.
I have a very, very good friend, and I talk about him a little bit in the book, but having that, one person that's been very pivotal in my life that reminds me, even on days when I think, things are really, really good, but you know what? I still have to take this medication every day. And I'm like, I just don't want to. I'm too tired and all this. But there's always that person that reminds you this is something that, you need to do. Not only for you, but for everybody around you, right? So there's that. Having the support of my mother and this entire treatment, when I question things, she's the first person that I go to and like, Mom, how should I approach this? Just different things like that. I joined a dance community. So not only that's a really amazing support group too. And, you need those endorphins from exercise. So I try to lift weights 3 to 4 times a week. And just, just adding all these like healthy habits really can change the whole outlook. And I think, one of the reasons that I decided to share all of these stories was not only to go through all of this trauma and help to heal myself a little bit, but to also let people know that they're not alone in the struggles that they go through. other people have gone through these too, and they can see you. I don't know if any of you have had this experience, but you will run into strangers, you know, in the grocery store, and you can tell that they've been through these struggles, and it's just like this instant bonding. So you can just sit with a person and be, you know, somebody to be there and comfort them, and they don't even have to say anything, but you see them, you know, for who they are. So yeah, I hope that this chapter and me sharing this can really help people understand that they are seen and that they're heard, and then they're not stuck in the predicaments that they find themselves in. There's, you know, I have it right here. When I was going through the 12-step program, and I'm going to try not to cry. I found the Serenity Prayer keychain. And so I still carry this with me. But really, there's those things in our lives that we can control, and there's those things in our lives that we can't control. And I think we are our best advocates to take control of our lives. But you have to recognize that there's something that needs to happen and not be afraid to share where you're at as well. So definitely, you know, reaching out for support is extremely helpful. But, yeah.
I love that. That's
So the whole healing journey. So
right. Right. One of the best Bible studies I was ever in was actually called The Healing Journey. And it had the most freedom to it, because when we're willing to become aware that we need the healing and then walk through it, even in the hard times, like in the desert times of like, is this ever going to end? Right. And then you get through to the other side, you realize how worth it really was. And, you know, I hear that struggle for you in, I got to take another pill to stay on track, right? My kiddo has that same issue, and she's like, I'm just tired of taking all of them. And I'm like, I know, honey. But just like you said, you know, I'm doing it not just for me, but for the other people. And that goes back to our conversation I think we were having before you jumped on today, which is we have to put on our oxygen masks on first in order to help anybody else. So we got to fill our buckets to pour out, right? And so for some people, it is that medication, or it's supplements, or it's other tools that we have to put in place. A call to a sponsor if you're in a 12-step program, going to meetings when you need to go to the meetings. If that's every single day, then that's every single day. I was in a 12-step program myself for Overeaters Anonymous many years ago, and I get it. And those months and years that I was associated with that group, like, were just pivotal to understanding my own health journey and realizing how much am I depending on me to problem solve everything, right? And it sounds like you had that epiphany to realize I don't have to be in charge of all of it.
no, definitely leaning on others really, really helps the entire process. It's been wonderful to see, you know, especially, you know, with the diagnosis and everything. I have that support group. I've been able to make some major changes in my life. Something I never thought would happen. I'm graduating next Saturday with my master's degree.
Congratulations!
Yes. And 2023, I got my bachelor's degree after, oh my gosh, 25 years in college. on and off. So
doesn't matter. You did it. It doesn't matter how long it took. There was a 95-year-old who walked across the stage this year. It doesn't matter. You did it. Yay!
Yeah. So it's all these little things that, you know, you can take control of, lean on people for support, and you never know what happens. I never thought that I'd be writing a book, but, you know, Kara came to me and asked, and I was like, oh no. But I'm very glad that I did. And yeah, I definitely hope it helps someone.
We are too. And, you know, one of the quotes that you had for your chapter was, living your best life isn't about perfection.
Mm-hmm.
It's about progress, taking small steps towards becoming the person you want to be. And I just thought that was so poignant because it's those small steps. Somebody likens it, you can't eat an elephant, but one bite at a time, right? And so it's the little small steps to taking in the big things. And when we're able to do that, you know, we're so much further ahead than we ever expected. Kind of like what David was talking about, climbing up the mountain, right? It's just one step on that rocky terrain and keeping his eyes forward versus down. But, you know, we have to keep our eyes forward because that's the direction we need to go. There's the vision in front of us. And you had that vision of school even 25 years ago. I'm going to follow that vision. I'm going to get there. And so you did it straight in front of you, one step in time, and you did it. Kudos, kudos, kudos. Really. You deserve it. You deserve to be celebrated for that. And really everything that all of our authors have walked through deserves to be celebrated. And sometimes we miss that. We think, oh, there's such condemnation and shame for what I walked through. Or even as Catherine was talking earlier about, you know, it took her till she was about 65, 66 to realize she needed to deal with some things that she'd just not dealt with yet. And when we are willing to stand in that moment and say, I'm going to celebrate. I'm here. I'm alive. I've made it. It might not have been pretty. It might have been messy. I might be bruised and broken, but I'm here. And we are all really warriors to getting through all those events that you especially have walked through. Because some of the things you didn't even highlight on here that you talk about in there that I really appreciated in your book. And so what do you think is one takeaway that you would like to leave the readers with?
Yeah, I think you touched on it already, but yeah, the small steps really do add up, and visualizing where you want to be helps. So don't be afraid to tell your stories, and really leaning on people. So yeah, you're not alone. A lot of us have been there. So keep fighting.
Yes. Keep fighting. Keep fighting. Clawing, fighting, getting support, getting diagnoses. Don't take no for the answer. You keep pressing in for that help, guys. Remind me, how long did it take you to get your diagnosis?
I believe I was almost 37. Yeah, 37. Went through all sorts of different medications, therapy. Yeah, I did Overeaters Anonymous, Sex Addicts Anonymous. Yeah, my therapist, I was going 5 times a week to the therapist to get through a lot of the stuff.
And if that's what it takes, that's what we do.
Yeah.
You know, and for some people, it might take 7 times a week and twice on Sunday, you know, and that's what we do because we know that freedom is going to be there. We are going to do the hard things to get to the freedom so we can break those bonds that have been holding us for so long. And the reason I asked about how long it took you to get diagnosed is oftentimes we're going to the professionals to say, I know there's something wrong. I don't know what it is, because you don't know what you don't know, right?
Right.
And we're either invalidated or dismissed or misdiagnosed. You know, all of those things my kid personally has seen as well. But I want to tell people 2 things. One, you can fire your doctors, even therapists. A lot of people don't know that. You do not have to go back. You do not have to give them a second chance. If there's not a connection for that person, you move on, because your health is more important than giving them one more chance to figure this out. And so that's the first thing. And I don't know if you had to fire anybody along the way, but 37 years sounds like a really long time to get an accurate diagnosis.
And my mom can be an advocate for me too. We've fired plenty of professionals along the way. and that's another thing. Yeah, you have to advocate for yourself.
That was number 2.
You have to educate yourself. You know what you're going through. Nobody else can know for you. But yeah.
Nobody knows you better than you, for sure. Absolutely. So back to Phyllis's question in the chat. Would you like to share with everybody what your gift is?
Oh, yes. Oh my gosh, I took a lot of time and I'm like, I don't know what to do, Crystal. But I had a couple people reach out to me when I told them that, you know, I was taking part in this project, and they're like, is there going to be an audiobook? It's like, I don't know, but that sounds like a really good idea. So my gift to all of you is a self-narrated version of my chapter. So I believe there's 5 parts. We created a website. You can go on there and listen to each of them. And I hope you enjoy it.
Awesome. And now she's pressing all of us to go do the rest of the book, unless she wants to do it. I'm just saying, like, I mean, you did such a good job on the first part. Maybe you could just, you know, I mean, it's only 19 other authors. I mean, what's
I'll think about it.
between you, the 6 children, you know, health, you know, your business, you know, you got plenty of time.
Yes.
Well, I will give everybody a little trick of the trade. I don't pay for Audible. Here's how I do it. I buy the Kindle ebook, which you have the link. You can pre-sale buy today. It will deliver to your Kindle. You do not have to pay for Kindle. It's a free app across all your devices. And then once you have it in your Kindle, for the bargain price of 99 cents right now, hint, hint, you actually can ask Alexa, which is another free app, to read your Kindle book for you. How cool is that? Used it traveling across the country back and forth 4 times in the last couple of years. Works like a charm. So you can have your Alexa read your Kindle books for you, and it's all free. So those of you who are paying that Audible fee every month, here's the way to get around it. All right. Thank you so much, Heidi. And celebrations to you for getting your degree. And you'll have to post a picture in there of you in your cap and gown, because you have earned that. And we want to see it. And oh, by the way, don't get rid of your cap and gown like I did, because you will end up using it like a million more times, and then you won't have one like I did. So keep your cap and gown.
I don't know. Everybody's asking me PhD, and I'm like,
girl, I believe in you.
Oh my gosh. Great. Thank you. Thank you for having me. Everybody, I hope you enjoy the book. So
thank you so much, Heidi. And thanks, Mom, for having her. If she's still in here. All right. Well, thank you so much to all our amazing authors so far. And we still have more to come. Miss Destiny has been quite the trooper. She was here in the waiting room before I even got logged in today. She's like, I'm here. I'm ready. Let's go. And she is quite amazing. Let's go ahead and bring Destiny up. Destiny's chapter is Inspiration from the Chair, Confessions of a Self-Hating Cripple. Destiny was born with, now see, I went and I actually put in here how to pronounce this the right way, and would you believe it didn't save it? Now I'm in trouble. All right, you're going to correct me. I'm probably going to butcher this. Arthrogryposis. Am I close? No. All right, fix me.
It's arthrogryposis multiplex congenita.
What she said right there, because I even went and looked up the pronunciation. I practiced it, and I'm like, oh, it's on my next page. That's why I put it there first.
That's okay.
She defies limitations with passion and song. Oh, maybe we'll get a song out of you. And unstoppable determination. She is a Canadian public speaker and mediator, a social networking advocate, and she shares professions. I like that turn fear into fearless action, which we've been talking about, getting rid of those fears. Destiny's mission is to remind the world that everyone's purpose matters. Amen. And that a disability can be transformed into unlimited possibility. Oh, I love that. Unlimited possibility. Your disabledness is not your identity, right? It is a possibility. It is an opportunity. It is an inspiration and a transformation for other people. So share with us, what does that lovely word of string of words actually mean? Tell us what's going on with you.
Okay. Well, arthrogryposis multiplex congenita. They call it AMC for short, like the American movie channel, which is funny. It's a rare condition that affects joint and muscle development before birth. It causes stiffness and limited mobility in multiple joints. In my case, it means I can't use my arms or legs in the typical way. Since birth, I've relied on others for everyday tasks like eating, dressing, or just getting around. Growing up, this was really hard. I'd watch other kids run, play sports, and do things independently, and it left me feeling isolated and different. For a long time, I focused on what I couldn't do, and those limitations weighed heavily on me. I hated those words and what they meant for me for a long time. Being trapped in a body that can never take care of itself, needing help with every intimate, personal, private thing. My life could be the worst, but it's actually the best because I know how to change my perception and my perspective. And that's an amazing, amazing gift and a tool that I try to help others with as well. I had to learn to see outside of my old point of view, and I had to learn my worth despite my limitations. AMC has shaped me in profound positive ways. It's pushed me to get creative, whether it's using technology to communicate or adapting tools to suit my needs. I have a typing stick. I don't know if anybody sees that, but anyway, that's what I use to type on my keyboard here. And so, yeah, I've found a lot of tools and unique ways. I can overcome many obstacles with my persistence, and more than that, it's given me a unique lens on life, one where I prioritize connection, inner strength, and adaptability over my lack of physical ability. While it has brought many challenges, it's also been a catalyst for growth, helping me discover who I am beyond my body and inspiring me to find purpose in unexpected and unique ways.
Wow. Many people would step in and say, I feel sorry for you, or I pity you, or that you've had the hardest life. I'm so sorry. What do you think about statements like that?
I feel like they don't know. Like, I'm not upset with anybody for saying those things. They don't know better, but it's like kind of demeaning. And I don't mind being an inspiration now, but in the beginning, it's like, how am I inspirational? I'm just living. I'm just alive. How is that inspiring? So it's kind of funny how inspiration can have like two sides to it, where it feels like, why are you calling me that? I'm just living. But I see that my living is super inspirational to other people. And so I guess I have to lean into that.
Well, we are glad that you are, because without your story, we wouldn't have been a complete project. Because ultimately, understanding how there are such disabilities that influence and affect our lives on a daily basis. Some are invisible, some are very visible. And those disabilities do impact us emotionally, physically, mentally, all of those aspects to all of our beings. And so when you were sharing about what you have and what you were born with, when were you actually diagnosed? Did they know immediately for you?
Oh, yes. You could see that my body was not normal. Yeah, right away.
I was kind of wondering if there was a growing towards it or not. And so that's why I asked that question. My mom and dad also had two children who didn't live. They were full term, and they had fins for wings for their arms and their legs kind of situation. Wow. So so I understand your story very well. And what pivotal moment do you feel like, or a realization that helped you kind of shift from seeing yourself really even as a burden, and you're just trying to live life, but you have this life that requires every single person, in your life to help you at all times? What does that look like? Like, how did that shift for you without any condemnation, without guilt, without shame, of just realizing you're living your life and you can't do it by yourself? What does that look like?
Well, the turning point for me came in a 3-day communication course in Toronto, where we were tasked with identifying our sentence, which is a core belief that silently shapes our lives. And mine was, I'm not valuable, I'm a burden. And hearing it out loud was jarring. I realized I'd carried this since I was a kid, convinced that my condition made me a drain on others, especially in relationships. And naming it was powerful. It showed me that this wasn't a fact. It was just a story I'd believed for too long. And to change that narrative, I turned to two practices, which is, first, I use the Ho'oponopono prayer, which is, I'm sorry, please forgive me, I love you, thank you, to let go of guilt and shame tied to that belief. And repeating it just felt like a lift was being taken off my chest. I didn't even know if I had any, I wasn't a huge believer. I just did it and it started working. And so now I'm a believer, but yeah, not in the beginning. So some people say you have to have belief in the beginning, and I don't think you do. It comes with time. So I started journaling and pouring my fears out onto the page, and I'd write things like, I'm a burden, and then counter it with, no, I have something unique to offer. And over time, these practices helped me see my worth in my ability to inspire and connect and bring joy. It was a gradual shift, but it transformed how I saw myself, moving me from self-doubt to a sense of inherent value.
Inherent value. I love that phrasing, because it's so important for people to realize their worth doesn't come from success. It doesn't come from performance. It comes because they are. They are here on this earth, and they're worthy because they are here. And that is beautiful. And I loved your prayer. And in fact, when we were doing the edits, you didn't have it italicized. And I was like, no, this is too important. It has to stand out in this chapter, because I'm sorry, please forgive me. That is about you forgiving yourselves.
Mm-hmm.
And oftentimes we think that we don't need to forgive ourselves, because, you know, and there is freedom in realizing you do. There's freedom in saying, for a higher power, you know, I forgive you, higher power, as well, whether that be, you know, God or who that is for you. And
Absolutely.
That's a big deal.
Absolutely. I felt like I was cursed for the, first period of my life. God cursed me, and I was angry at God for this body, and now I see the blessing that it is, but it took me a long time to get there.
And you got there. And I think that's real important for people to hear. It's okay in the struggle. We all struggle, guys. When we're walking through this chaotic life that we each have had, and you've heard many of these stories today, and you're going to read about even more in the book. And so when we're walking through that, we don't realize that what's on the other side is going to be so radically different for us, and in such freedom for us. And I know I've been using that word a lot today, because there's just not a strong enough word to understand the freedom that we're going to have when we're willing to walk in to something that's hard, when we've been propelled into something that's hard, like a car accident for me, but we're willing to go to the other side. We're willing to get through. And getting through to the other side doesn't always mean physical healing, as what you're experiencing, Destiny. Does that mean it couldn't happen? Oh, we always leave room for the miracles, right? Because they can happen in ways you don't even expect. But your miracle could also be just what you've described, where I didn't understand I was an inspiration, and now I am. I get that. And that story that you're sharing is going to radically change lives for other people. That is huge. Absolutely huge. One of the quotes that you have in there is, I believe we need purpose. Finding my purpose led me here to write this testimony. So how are you going to use what you have learned and gained through this project moving forward?
Well, this is the first step. I wanted to write a book for 10 years, And so like this was like, oh, this seems like a really easy little opportunity to get a chapter in a book. So it's like a first step. So I feel like I'm gonna definitely have more books, maybe more speaking engagements, you know, podcasts, lots of opportunities, right?
I love it. Well, book me in because my podcast is coming in May. So you and I will chat. How about that?
Sounds great.
In fact, I think I want all the authors on there. But you know, I think your first step really goes back to what David Hollingsworth was talking about, that propelled forward motion, right? And because once you start going, you know, you're in motion. It's easier to go when you're already moving forward. And I will tell you, just in this month alone, I just kind of pushed myself forward and said, no matter what, I'm making this work. I'm making this happen. 7 interviews this month alone, plus this amazing event today. And so I want to encourage all of you guys, my authors, as well as those who are coming on to listen, just make a decision. I can't stress that to you enough. Make a decision to go forward. And guess what? You get the motion going. And just like what Destiny's saying, it keeps on going. So one of the other quotes that you said was, you believe giving value leads to a sense of accomplishment. Kind of unpack that a little bit for us.
Well, I definitely felt like a burden and worthless at one point in my life, and I didn't know how I could contribute to people in my physical condition, right? And that's, we see what we see and we don't experience what else is possible until we do. And so it's just amazing when you see something that gives you a reason to live, that suddenly you feel like you're worthwhile. And I think that's huge and hugely important for everyone. I think everyone has that. There's a reason for why we're all here. Something to share, something to give, ways to serve.
Absolutely. So in what ways do you think that you have discovered how love and that purpose have enriched your life? Like, what guidance would you offer to those who are kind of on a similar quest for their meaning, for their purpose?
Yes. Well, part of my journey was finding love. I didn't believe I would find love. I thought I'd be a burden to a potential partner. And so discovering love and purpose has completely reshaped my life. And it started with meeting my partner at karaoke night near my home in an unexpected moment that changed everything. He just saw me for who I am, my humor, my spirit, not just my condition. And that love showed me that I'm worthy of joy and connection. Just as I am, it shifted my perspective, reinforcing that I don't need to fix myself to be lovable. I think we all need to learn to love ourselves again. And when we were babies, we totally loved ourselves. So we got to get back to that. And then there's purpose, which I found through public speaking, connecting with others, sharing my story and seeing it touch people, whether in a room or online, gives me a really deep sense of meaning, and knowing my journey can inspire someone else and make everything challenging feel worthwhile. When I joined Facebook, I found a community of other people with arthrogryposis, multiplex congenita, and I had never known anyone like myself before. And so I found a huge community, and I even found another Destiny that lives in Pittsburgh with the exact same disability as me. And I went and saw her this last summer, just at the end of summer, and it was really, really amazing to just meet someone. Same name, same disability. It was just amazing. Really cool. So some guidance would be to start with some self-acceptance, embrace who you are, quirks and struggles included. It's the foundation for everything else. Find your people. Seek communities where you can grow and contribute, like a club or a group or supportive friends. Take small steps. Explore what lights you up, even if it's just tiny action each day. Purpose builds over time. And stay open and curious. You don't have to have it all figured out. Meaning often finds you when you keep showing up. Trust that you have something valuable to offer. The world needs it. And yeah, that's all I've got. thank you so much for joining us here today for this fabulous summit and launch. And I'm so grateful to be here and to be a part of this stunning lineup of authors.
Well, we are thrilled that you are part of our group. That's for sure. You know, each author, I mean, when you have 20 people, 20 different perspectives, and yet then you have this
common thread.
It is. It really is. And it's unexpected. And then you get to know each of them and you're like, oh, I see a little bit of myself there and there and there. And you get to take these nuggets away from each of the chapters. Oh, and the workbook is so spot on for really helping everybody process each of those pieces, because people may look at situations or the authors and go, oh, I don't have anything in common with that person. Oh, but I guarantee you do. There is something in every single one of these stories for every single person who's going to read this book. So don't skip any chapters. Read all of them. And you are going to be so blessed by what you guys receive out of this. So Destiny, you have something special that you want to offer everybody. So share with us what that is.
Oh, yes. Well, it's just like a complimentary exploration call where, you know, you can get in touch with me through email or over Facebook or however you can find me. I have a website. My numbers are on there. So, yeah, we can book a time and we can have an exploration call where I do coaching, I do counseling, I do mediation, I do a lot of things for people. I just see where they're at and where I can help them to maybe see things differently or see their situation or themselves differently.
You know, guys, sometimes we think that, oh, I don't really need that consultation. I don't really need that strategy call. I'm telling you guys, get on the phone with Destiny. I can't tell you how often I did not want to do a call and I was coached to go do the call. And I got on there and I'm like, why did I think I shouldn't have been here? I mean, you will always get something out of every single call if you show up with the expectation to receive. And Destiny has a lot to offer, folks. And she has walked the hard journey and she continues to do it every day. And look what's happened. She's now a best-selling author. She has lit her dream after 10 years. Woo! That's so exciting. I love it when the dreams come true, man. I'm like worse than Simon Squibb. He's like, do you have a dream? What's your dream? I'm always like that. I'm like, what's your dream? Let's talk about it. How do we make that happen for you? So he took my line. I just want you to know that. All right. So I am so thankful you are part of our project and look forward to getting to know you even more as we progress forward. I want to leave you guys with one last quote. She said, she believes in contribution and fulfillment can lead to happiness. And so I just want to really just lay that out there for you guys. You know, what you're doing with your purpose, your identity, and finding who you are, just like Destiny had to walk that hard journey to get to the other side to find out those answers, you too can do that. And it will lead to happiness. Joy is all the time, whether the situation is hard or not. Joy is all the time. But happiness is a nice additive when we've got it all together. We're moving forward and we have gleaned from it what we can to be an inspiration to others. It's full of hope. That's what happiness really is. It's full of hope. Thank you so much, Destiny, for joining us today. So glad that you've been here. You've been my trooper all day. So thank you. So next up, yet another fantastic author. I can't wait. I'm doing this on purpose. So Miss Kelly Fritz.
Hello, good morning.
Hello, hello, my dearest. Oh, look at you, pretty in your pink. I love it. Kelly is all the way on the West Coast as well. She's in Oregon with her husband, Keith, and her stepdaughter, Cassie. She has dyslexia, but that doesn't stop her, that's for sure. She's creative. She writes fiction and nonfiction. She celebrates faith, perseverance, and the everyday miracles of nature. Kelly's photography captures God-shaped hearts, hence the heart, clouds, leaves, petals that form heart symbols. And wait till you guys see her free gift. It's kind of cool. Infusing daily life with reminders of divine love. Oh, That really just hits home. I love that. We need those reminders, don't we? Every single day. Every single day. Welcome, welcome. Her chapter is called Seeking God's Heart. Tell us why you chose that chapter.
Well, good morning, everyone. I am very excited. I have actually been looking for hearts probably for the last 15 years. And my chapter actually opens up with the first time I had a encounter. Well, not the first time, but one of the more profound encounters that I've had. I'm going to share my screen and see if we can get this going. Okay, can you guys see it?
We cannot.
Okay.
And you froze.
Okay, hold on one second, everyone. Can you give me permission to share?
Yep, that's what I was kind of wondering if was the issue. So I am heading in there right now. 1 second.
Well, everyone, I'd have to say that probably because I have dyslexia is why I see things that maybe other people don't. And, or at least not until I point it out to them. Like recently, I took a photograph of the bush across the street. Like I'm looking at it right now out my window, and it has a sideways smiley face on it. And I've seen it probably for 2 years, but I just recently started sharing that on Facebook. But my overall conversation with you today is going to be around the idea of what you focus on is going to grow. Early on in my education, I do remember the moment in time where I went from learning in school to barely surviving. And I know that it was November. I know it was a Friday afternoon, and I was in the first grade, and it was a spelling test. But today I had a plan. I had strategically placed my spelling test on the inside of my flip desk in Mrs. Cook's class, and I had 5 sharpened pencils. And when she read off the word apple, I broke the lead of my pencil. I opened up the desk, looked at the word inside, and then shut my desk with the new pencil and wrote out the word apple. I just remember looking around the room and wondering, how is everyone doing it? Because words would not stick in my brain. I could not remember all of the rules. And now, you know, I'm 46 years later, I'm working with preschoolers, and I see some of them that just learn phonemic awareness like that. And then I see the kid that doesn't, and I really connect with that. Okay, can I try sharing my screen one more time?
Yes, it is showing on, but I made you a co-host to see if
Oh, perfect. Great. So let's see. I'm going to share my full screen. I practiced this. Here we go. Here we go, everyone. All right.
Perfect.
So seeking God's heart. So what we focus on actually grows. And there is this quote that says, if you carry around a hammer, everything looks like a nail. My story that I wrote takes place at the beach, and this is actually one of the photographs that I talk about in my story. And what I want you to do is, as I go through this slideshow, I want you to notice the photographs, because this is what happened. This is how God showed up for me. And so if what we focus on our life shapes our entire life, I grew up with a parent that was suffering with depression. And because she was a child of trauma and a child from an alcoholic, her window of the world was, when is it going to fall apart? And possibly out of rebellion of seeing how her world was, I rebelled in the opposite direction of what is possible. And as you can see, there's the whale shot that I talk about in the story. So focus. Our focus actually fuels our emotions, our relationships, and our energy. And the really wild part is that we often don't even realize it's happening. Even this morning, I do something called the miracle morning. I've been doing it for 3.5 years. And we talk about our goals with a group of people, and we talk about our next steps, and we talk about the power of yet. So time follows our focus. So we need to spend it really wisely. When different events happen in my life, I will actually get work, like how my mom communicates with me is through worry texting. So if there's a tornado somewhere or an ice storm, I will get a message about somewhere in the world where something like is happening. But we actually serve a God who wants to show us whales. He wants to show us love. He wants to show us the positive in this world. And so over the course of time, what we focus on will create and mold our life. And so I really want to challenge all of you to ask, seek, and knock. Because the day that I announced to my friends, today the day I'm going to see a whale, it was like all of a sudden they were like, nope, it's not whale season. It's April in Oregon, da 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 da. Well, you guys, God brought it that day, but in an unusual way. Like we always need to be open to the unusual things that God will do to like reach us. So I want to challenge you too, to what are you looking for? What are you focusing your attention on? What is feeding into you? And I want you to be able to help yourself to be present in the moment and help you pay attention to things. So I find love everywhere because it's what I'm looking for, and that's what I find. I find it in heart puddles. That's a picture of my husband and I. It's part of one of the giveaways that I'm giving you guys is a bunch of photographs of like what I find when I'm on my walks. I find hearts everywhere. Here's a heart-shaped leaf. Now, when I say that I'm made for this, I mean I'm made for it. I had my fingerprints done for my teaching position at the state police station, and they use the scan device to scan my fingerprints. And then as they were looking at them to making sure that they were clear, he was increasing the size of it. And I said, wait a minute. And on my ring finger is that tiny little smiley face. But if you really look close, I'm going to see if I can enlarge it. The mouth is a heart. I was so excited. I find it in shells on the beach where the God has moved the wind and moved the sand into the heart. I find it in fire on a dark night camping, and you take a moment to take in everything. He shows up there. A leaf on the ground on a rainy day, a heart-shaped shell. How about a seeded out dandelion or the sun shining on a leaf for just a brief moment? Leaves that grow in my neighborhood, a tomato that I grew in my garden, or how about a decaying leaf on my walk? A sunflower, a piece of moss. So what we really do focus on will grow. I just found this one last weekend when we were making boiled or doubled eggs. So if you're looking for love and you're looking for God, you will find him. I'm going to sit down while we're talking.
I'm trying to get you back on. Hold one
Yeah,
second.
no problem.
My whole screen froze while you were sharing, so I was like, okay, if I take
Oh.
her off the screen, let's see if it works. You know, I saw your egg one the other day on your post, and I was dying laughing. I'm like, that girl finds hearts everywhere.
Everywhere.
And
Everywhere. I
then
find them in red onions when I'm cooking, like at least once a week. Funny thing is, I went out on a walk. I know I've shared with you that the last year's been a real struggle with sciatica. But I finally was out on my walk about 2 weeks ago, and I saw this woman out in her yard looking around for stuff. And I look at her and I go, "What are you doing?" And she goes, "I'm picking 4-leaf clovers." Wait, what? She goes, she held up a handful of 4-leaf clovers. And I've never found one in my whole life. And I go, "You're picking 4-leaf clovers?" She's like, "Yeah, I find them ever since I got sober 2 years ago. I find them everywhere I go, no matter what the country I'm in." And I stood there with her, and like all I saw was hearts. I saw hearts here and hearts there and I'm like, okay, no, stop looking for hearts. Look for 4-leaf clovers. And I finally found my first one.
Oh, how fun!
Yeah.
You should totally get that framed. I
Yes.
mean, it's quite a treat. The fact that she found like a whole handful is like amazing.
Yeah,
But,
I think she makes them into like jewelry and that, you know. Yeah,
You know,
I love it.
Well, I think not only is your statement in there, it says time follows focus. So spend it wisely. But I think your focus is what you also find, right? So, you know, one of the things that my daughter and I say is, if you're looking for a problem, you're going to find one. And if you're looking for a solution, you're going to find one, right? So what are you looking for, a problem or a solution? And it's the same concept. You know, your heart ingrained in your DNA, literally, right? Your fingerprint is to find these hearts. I love that. That was so much fun. That should totally be your book cover. Like when you talk about all these hearts, that's totally your book cover. And, you know, you identifying with those hearts and then purposing in intention, in deliberation, that is what you're going to look for. You're going to find them.
Yes.
This is not about, you know, manifestation by some method of I'm just going to find them. No, guys, like it's about intentionality. It's about deliberation. That's really the whole key to what a lot of the world calls manifestation is. What are you willing to focus on, even if it's for a short duration and you're pushing to get through it? That's what you're going to receive back, because there's no way it can't happen, right?
Yes.
And it goes back to our conversation throughout several authors about forward momentum.
Yes, I really love that. I've been listening this whole time too, and just understanding that, like, I didn't know in January of 2014 about any of this project. But what I did do, and I believe my friend Tammy is on this call, is I wrote out the word for my morning affirmation with my group of people that do the miracle morning. And I wrote out "seek the heart." Like I wrote that out. I have it in a journal and I read it every single morning. Right. And then when Kara called or messaged and said, "Hey, do you want to be part of a book that is called Seek the Heart?" And I was like, oh yeah, it pretty much feels like I'm supposed to do that. And then to find out later on, just not knowing all the things and being able to step boldly into not knowing. And that actually might be the biggest strength that I have, because my inability to read puts such a wall between me and everything else. Because that means I don't read street signs. I don't read ingredients on products. Grocery shopping is hell for me, because I have to go by what something looks like. And if they change one little item on it, it changes the whole thing. I learned patterns of doing things, because I shared that I'm a special education teacher. I'm also a health and wellness coach. And I have to lean into my strength.
Absolutely. And those strengths become key foundations for what you're moving forward to the next thing for. So that's why it's so important to know what your strengths are. I'm glad you said that is my strength, because a lot of people don't know what their strengths are. And so
Yeah.
they're out here kind of going, well, I'm kind of good in this, I'm kind of bad in that. And they're more focused on what they should be instead of what they are. So what are you right now? And I'm glad you're talking about that as a strength. When we know that, we can build on it. When
Yeah.
we're fumbling around with it, we can't build on it. We're building in the sand, right? We need to build on a rock, right? Totally. So one of your quotes was, you see his love for us runs deep. Why don't you expand on that a little bit? How does that play into?
Sure. So on this journey after the whale photograph and all of that happened that I talk about in my story, I actually started specifically asking God for certain hearts on things. And it almost became a game or a treasure hunt, scavenger hunt. So I would ask for a heart on a snail shell, something very specific, and I would find it. And the really amazing thing is I took the same walk every day. I didn't adjust my environment. But he always showed up. He always came. And what I discovered with running His Love Runs Deep is when I would find a heart, I would find a heart in a heart, and then a heart in that heart. So like, for instance, I found a puddle in the shape of a heart, and then maybe a leaf floating in it that was shaped in a heart, kind of curled up in the puddle, like it was in a leaf. I like to look at small things. And then in that was a piece of dirt in the shape of a heart. And so it's like, if we're really wanting to like be present, one thing I didn't share in the story is that I've had debilitating anxiety where I wasn't able to leave my apartment, and I would like hide in my closet, like super afraid. And then deep depression too. And so what this enables me to do is to stay present in the moment, and not, anxiety is fear of the future. Depression is thinking about the past. And so I stay here present, and I've been doing it now for, I think, 15 years. So it's pretty, like, I can't turn it off as far as that talent, right, of staying present.
And why would you want to? Like,
right. Well,
it's
if
a good
we're out
strength
on a
to
walk
have, right?
with people, I go, oh, hold on, I have to take this photo. Or if I'm with a group of people, I'll have them put their shoes around the heart and take a photograph of it together. And teaching other people to be looking too is important.
Well, and that's about mindfulness, being present in the moment. So you can receive, you can look, you can focus. And oftentimes we're go, 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 or we're scrolling and we're missing the opportunity to connect.
Yes.
And, that's just so important for us to learn how to do, is connect, not just with ourselves, but with that around us, with people around us. Nature has so many things that it can give back to us, especially if you walk around without shoes on the ground. Like, that's a whole thing that like serves your body so well.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Oh my gosh, so well. So share with us, what is your special gift for everybody?
Well, my special gift for everybody is a collection of 10 photographs that I've taken over the course of the last 3 months. And it has my shoes in it. That's something that I'm kind of known for, is finding out on my walk a heart, and then I just kind of walk you through that. And you can use it as a screen saver, or just have it as some fun photos to be able to look at. And I do like the idea of helping out with helping the book become audible, because so many people with dyslexia need that quality. So I think that would be really beneficial.
Absolutely. And it is on the horizon. And maybe Heidi will find it in her heart to record all of it. We'll see. So, I was, when I read your particular chapter, I laughed out loud, because one of the things my kiddo and I do on all of our travels and adventures is we look for heart rocks.
Oh, yeah. I feel like that's the first if we're thinking of it as like a process, that's the first process. People always tell me that they look for them on vacation. On vacation, you're calm, you're rested, you're present, right? You're not rushing around. And rocks is like the first thing. But if we can move that feeling of vacation into like our daily path and process, and then of course asking God to like show us too, because he'll show us, and he'll surprise you too on where, you find them.
Absolutely. We would turn them over. We would write where we got the rock from.
Aww.
And then she had a bearded dragon, so they'd all go in his container.
Oh,
so he was getting a little, it was not as roomy in there after many of their travels. So
I love that.
And then you move and you realize how much those rocks weigh. So it's quite funny. We had to take pictures of all of them.
A 25-pound heart rock in the front of my house. And we found it on a walk. And I convinced my friend to drag this thing out from the Oregon beach.
Oh my gosh.
But I'm like, I have to have this.
Right? I totally get that. Totally get that. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. What's a parting word of wisdom that you'd like to share as we close out?
Let's see. Don't let the obstacles in your life, like myself, dyslexia, my disability is reading, right? And stepping into something that's uncomfortable for you, even if it's the hardest thing for you, is going to be beneficial in the end, because you're going to be able to help other people. I have a series of books that will be coming out here soon, and they're fictional books that I have been working on for the last 5 years. And, you just get help. That's all. You just get help to move through it. Yeah.
And yet another dream that's coming to fruition
right
there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now you get to actually include a little sticker on all your books that says you are an Amazon bestseller. So that is huge. And we have gone up again. I just want to let
I looked earlier. We have.
We are steady moving up that literary one. So let's just review those while you're on the screen.
Yeah, let's do it.
#1 bestseller in philanthropy and charity, and then #1 new release in the Kindle, #1 new release in disabilities in the Kindle.
Wow.
#4 new release in social sciences overall. Guys, do you realize how many books are in social sciences?
That's so huge.
I know, right? #10 new release in politics and social sciences overall. Like that is a lot of books in that category, right?
Yeah.
And then we are 17th in literary. Like, guys, this is like blowing up. This is amazing. Please, please, please tell your friends and family to go jump on this as a pre-sale. It's only going to help our numbers. We so appreciate you guys jumping into this with us. And let me post, I think I pinned it, but let me just give you guys the address one more time.
I love it. One last funny thing. So I tried to put the screensaver up and it was totally flipped backwards. And I was telling my friends this morning, I'm like, yeah, ironically, my screensaver is dyslexic. And so I tried to download the thing from Mirror. And finally I was like, you know what? I'm not going to fight this. Sometimes, sometimes you have to, I told myself, well, you're just going to stand out. And that's okay, because we weren't made to all blend in, and sometimes things don't work out the way we want it to, but you try to move around the obstacle, but you keep going. I always look at life as like that song, Going on a Bear Hunt. Do you know that song?
Yes.
Right? Because it's like that song is all about, in my opinion, disability world. It's like we see an obstacle, but we have to find a way around it, right? And whether we go through it, around it, over it, under it, that's really all of our strengths. Everybody that has written a chapter in this book, we see the obstacle and then we decide a way around it.
That is perfect. I love that you just brought us back to that, because without figuring out how to leverage our tools, our support, whatever those tools are, we can't move the mountain sometimes, right?
Right.
So we have to figure out a way to go over and under and through, even, around. Now, I am all for one for miracles, and I think many, many, many of us have experienced those firsthand. And I've actually had several. And sometimes the mountain can move. We can speak to it and say, "Mountain, get out of the way." And that is really about understanding which mountains to speak to and knowing that they have to respond. And so, just like you today, you're like, "Look, it's backwards. It's mirroring. It's not working." And so you're like, "You know what? I don't need to speak to this mountain. We're just getting out of it." Like, it's done. And David did the same thing, and so did Christopher, and that is okay. And you know what? I love how you said we're going to leverage it for an opportunity. We're all supposed to stand out and be unique.
Perfect.
Love it. Love it. Love it. Well, thank you so much, Kelly.
Thank
It has been such a pleasure to get to know you. And I know we've had some back channel chats and prayers, and in that sciatica, in the name of Jesus, just
it's lifted. Thank God.
Amen. 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 Well, thank you so much. All right, everybody. We have another amazing author, and this particular author sent to us in a recorded version because she is on the other side of the world at an event. Sometimes you just gotta make it happen, even if you're not gonna be here. So let's talk about Karen Robinson. Her chapter is Journey to Healing: How Travel Elevates My Mind, Body, and Spirit. And she is traveling. Isn't that fitting? Karen Robinson is a best-selling author, transformational coach, podcast host, and trauma recovery expert with 25 years of clinical social work experience, including 16 years in military communities worldwide. She has been everywhere. And wait till you read her chapter. She gives these drops and little tidbits about all the places that she's ever been. As a founder and CEO of Heal, Thrive, Dream, she leads a mother-daughter company whose mission it is to empower survivors to heal from past wounds, thrive in their relationships, and create visions for their future. She's certified in complex trauma, and she blends psychotherapy, coaching, and globe-trotting retreats to guide clients towards mind, body, spirit renewal. So let me know. I'm going to share my screen with you guys, and we're going to pray it all works according to the plan, except the plan closed on me. I love it when the plan decides to take a mind of its own. Have you guys ever had that moment? I found it. Yay. Let's get this going. All right. I believe in us. I shared it. There she is. And let me get that going for us.
Hi, I am thrilled to be participant in this summit, Seek the Heart. I am one of the authors in the project, and I am excited to share a little bit about my chapter and about myself today. My chapter is about travel, how I have found healing, I believe that that traveling can be physically healing. And for me, one of the ways is I tend to move more. When as a therapist, when I work from home, I'm in my chair a lot and not moving much. But when I am traveling, I am out and about, I'm hiking, I'm exploring, I'm just simply way more active. And that's just one out of many examples that we can think about when we look at our physical component, our body, while we travel. And I do talk about a couple more in the book. The next healing pillar is your mental health. I find that traveling is really great for your perspective shifting. We often get caught in thinking about things in one way. And when we travel and we meet new people, we get to see how other people think about the same topic or different topics. And so that can expand our mind and our awareness, which is very beautiful. The emotional healing for me is I tend to experience a lot of gratitude when traveling, especially to third world countries where there may be a lot of poverty, where there's just a lack of abundance. So after traveling to places where there was no running water or maybe no hot water for showers, you better believe I had a lot of gratitude for my own home and the luxuries I have with running water and hot showers. Okay. Spiritual healing. This is huge for me in my travels. One of the cool ways you get to see the diversity and how people celebrate their higher power, how they pray, how they meditate on the word. It's just very enlightening, healing, inspirational to see the different practices.
She lost internet, everybody, so it should be just a minute.
Hey, everybody, I'm back. Oh my goodness, technology, you just gotta love it. And as much as I was so thrilled about having video calls at the beginning of all of the summit, I am now going, oh, we live in this day and age of technology. How can we still be losing internet in the middle of one of these things? And I did, lost complete internet, all of it, even through the phone. So I have the phone back. So we're running this show through the phone now. So I do apologize if it gets a little fuzzy now. So we are going to try this again. I got several messages that said that you guys actually could not hear Karen. And I see Linda is here live. So here's what I'd like to do, Linda, if you're up for it. I would like to let's shift to all my live authors. And then we'll try again once the internet kicks back in better for those actual recorded. I have 2 authors who recorded that couldn't be here today. So Miss Linda.
Hello, I'm ready.
Hey, thanks for being flexible, you guys. We appreciate all of you guys. Oh my goodness, the chaos. I love it. Okay, so this is Linda, and she had a really interesting book title that will kind of tell you the overall view of her chapter. It's Life Goes On Without My Brother. And this chapter hits hard, guys, but in a way that's going to still inspire you and allow you another opportunity to deal with that timeless grief that we talked about earlier with Catherine on the line. Linda is the founder and CEO of LTLTE, which also means Learn to Love Exercise. There you go. And there it is on her shirt. A company born out of her passion for health and fitness. As a certified nutritionist, a weight loss expert, online health and life coach, and certified positive psychology coach for women over 50. I might need to talk to you about that. Linda empowers women worldwide to live their best lives by improving their health, working from the inside out. Her journey began with her own struggles. Isn't that true for all of us? Once disliking exercise and then learning to love it over time. Age 57. Can somebody tell me, does this woman look 57 to you? I'm just saying. Amazeballs. She is in the best shape of her life, weighing 20 pounds less than she did at the age of 32. She's originally from Norway, and Linda now calls sunny Southern California home. Sunny and 72. Now, through her company, Linda is on a mission to educate women on the importance of nutrition and exercise, showing that it is never too late. You're never too old. Change your health and your life. Linda's dedication stems from a deeply personal story of losing her only brother, which is what her chapter is about. His name was Frank, to a sudden heart attack at the age of 45. This is really, her company is her tribute to him and her drive to helping others to avoid similar tragedies. With a background in human communications and a string of health-related degrees and certifications, Linda has the knowledge and heart to make the world a healthier place, one woman at a time. I hope that her story will not only inspire you, but also inspire you to say and remember that you are worthy of excellent health. And by seeking help, you can reach your goals by being more effective and efficient at them, because she's going to guide you step by step through it. So, Linda, how did you get involved with this project?
With the Seek the Heart?
Yeah.
Through Kara. So she contacted me, she reached out and told me about the project. And I thought it would be a good opportunity to write about my brother, even though, it was so hard to write the chapter, because I kept thinking about him and I kept crying, and it was just, it was really tough, but I'm glad I did it. And I'm glad to see the book is taken off today. So that's awesome.
It is. I mean, every time I go to check that Facebook, something happens with my internet. So Kelly, I'm putting you on that. You keep us in tune with those numbers, because I don't want to lose us again. Linda, I know writing this chapter was super hard for you, and it brought up a lot of emotions for you. What would you say the biggest breakthrough in sharing this story with us has been for you on this journey for the last year?
The biggest breakthrough is really just, thinking more about my brother and everything that he went through, and how important it is to have support, and not just from your doctor, because that's the main person that my brother relied on, was going to the doctor, doing everything the doctor told him to do, having an EKG 4 days prior to passing away, taking all his medications, monitoring his blood pressure at home. But none of that was enough. And although he was physically active in his job, it's not the same as being active with structured exercise plan and with eating healthy. So I think, the biggest breakthrough is really just reminding others that there is more to it than just going to the doctor and just seeking advice from like one or two people, but asking for more support, and also making sure that the people who you're asking, that they are relatable to you, and that they have testimonials to share, and that they practice, what they preach.
It's unfortunate that the story of what happened with your brother is not a singular event. My daughter's godfather had a very similar story where he was just having the heartburn, and he had gained some weight after retiring from the military, but he was back in the gym, and he just couldn't get the heartburn down. And we saw him on Sunday. He flew out Monday to go help his dad gather all his stuff in Florida to move back to Colorado with them. And when he was supposed to be back on Friday, he was doing the stress test. Tuesday, his dad walked to the front of the house, and he wasn't with us any longer out in the driveway. So I do understand, and you're trying your hardest to get the answers. And that goes back to our conversation we were having with a couple of authors prior to that. If you're not getting the answer, you have to keep pressing in. You have to, for sure. For sure.
And I asked my brother's doctor for his health records after he passed. And it took the doctor 6 months to get me the health records. And the reason is, after 6 months, you can't go after them anymore. So he just delayed getting me the information.
Wow. Yeah. Unfortunately.
Yeah.
My daughter's godmother never got the records because they were military owned.
Yeah.
So I feel like pain with you. And that's a big struggle, because it was preventable from the best perspective, right? It didn't have to end like that.
Yeah.
I call situations like these living legacies, in which, somebody in our life who's so special to us has passed away, but their story continues on as an inspiration. As transformation. Look what you've done with your business. I mean, that you've made it personal as an internal drive. You've gotten healthier, just like you said, you're in the best fit of your life, and look at you. I mean, amazing, right? And from there, you're inspiring other people. So even in the midst of our loss, our earthly loss here, right?
Yeah.
How much more are they then, motivating others and continuing to live on through the stories that you share with the others. And I'm glad that your story is such a part of Seek the Heart, because it's going to be out there forever. It's in the Library of Congress, which is super exciting. And now it's a bestseller as part of that. And so it's, as much as the pain you had to walk through to share it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, let's talk about those doctors a little more. What role do you think doctors are playing in helping us improve our health?
So I think doctors are great for prescribing, medications, and helping with the medications for certain diseases and illnesses where the medications are needed, but they're not working on solving the root cause. So for my brother, he was overweight. He wasn't obese, but he was overweight, and he carried a lot of his extra weight in his belly area, which puts a lot of pressure on the heart. And I think if he had lost some weight, it would have helped his condition. because he's putting that pressure on his heart. But like many others, he didn't know how to lose the weight. And he was physically active, but not the best way to be physically active. And the doctors are there to prescribe the medication, and they did certain tests and had him monitor his blood pressure, but it wasn't enough. And also he should have been seeing more of a specialist for his heart condition. And I think people need specific help, and they need a custom strategy that works for what is going on with them. Like, everyone is unique. You have a unique situation, a unique background, and it's not just this generalized approach. And I also think doctors, a lot of times, they don't take the time with their patients. They're on a clock, so you have like 10 minutes, come in, get your questions answered, and get out. And I even remember after my brother passed, I went to the doctor to get checked out, and she found that my blood pressure was high, because high blood pressure runs in my family and heart disease runs in my family. So she wanted to put me on medication, and I really did not want to be on medication. So I took like the smallest dose, and I monitored my blood pressure, and it got too low. So then I cut the dose in half, and it was still low. So then I researched and I worked on myself and just kept eating healthier, kept exercising. And then I took myself off of the medication, and I went back to that doctor, and she was amazed at what I had done. So a lot of times it's being your own advocate and researching and asking other questions, and working on yourself as much as you can.
Absolutely. I love that you're talking about that advocacy piece, because we have to trust what our bodies are telling us.
Yes,
and,
exactly.
And if you're a caregiver for somebody else as well, you have to trust that you know more about that person that you're caregiving than that doctor, just as you said, is there for 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Right. And so, one of the things that we've experienced is my daughter's transitioning from pediatric into adult care, and she's so super medically complex. We call the doctor's office and like, look, you have to book a double appointment. And they're like, no, you only get 15 minutes. I'm like, I don't think you understand. You're going to need to book a double appointment. You can charge for a double appointment because she's medically complex, and they don't understand that. A lot of doctors don't know that. And so, it's really important. I just see super excited. Kelly just texted us and said we've moved from 10 to 8 on one of our levels. So that's exciting. Look at us going.
Wonderful.
So I want to encourage you guys, stay with the advocacy. Just stay with it.
Yeah.
We still end up in those appointments, and we end up in there for an hour, and they're like, this was supposed to be a 15-minute appointment. And then they start getting agitated because they're like, you're too complex. I have literally walked out of doctor's appointments when the minute they go, you're too complex, we're a bread and butter doctor. I said, you're not our doctor.
Wow.
So we're leaving.
Yeah, that same doctor that I had the first time when I went to see her, and I had some different questions written down, and she said, okay, that's enough. You only get whatever, how many questions. It was 3 or 5 or something. And she's like, we're out of time. And I couldn't believe it.
Isn't that insane? And you just kind of go, but I've never met you before.
Right.
Or I have these things happening. So what do I need to do? Wait another 6 to 8 weeks to be able to get back on your schedule?
Right.
Because these things need to be addressed. So from your perspective, with all of your certifications and things, like, let's talk about the reality of holistic care, right? We're paying out of pocket for it. Like, that's what it comes down to. I have the credit card bill to prove. That's how I kept my daughter alive.
Right.
So what are some ways that we can help people understand how to not just find good holistic care, because it isn't with everybody who claims they're holistic, that's for sure. You have to be able to identify what they know and what they're certified in to have a safety around what they're offering. Let's just start there. What would you suggest on that?
Yeah, I think, the authenticity is very important, making sure that the person you're asking for help, that they practice what they preach, that they have results to share, that they have testimonials to share. And with the holistic, it's having a healthy lifestyle, but that doesn't mean the same for everyone, because we're all different.
And some have autoimmune diseases, some are cancer survivors, some live with a partner who's not supportive of them, and others are, retired and they have more time on their hands. So it's unique for each person. It's not a cookie cutter approach, which a lot of times you see out there, that people claim that they can help everyone, but you really can't. And that's why as 57, I focus on women over 50 because they can relate to me. And it took me a long time to lose 20 pounds, but I've kept them off for 25 years. And that's what I also teach my clients, is not just to lose the weight, but it's to keep it off. So as a certified nutritionist, I really focus on evaluating what all my clients consume, and I educate them. And it's that education that is really missing, because a lot of plans out there, they'll teach you how to lose the weight, or they won't even teach you. They'll have you follow some plan and it'll help you lose the weight. But then once you're done with the plan or the diet, then the weight comes back because you haven't learned how to actually do it and what is working and what isn't.
I may or may not have experienced that little yo-yo thing a couple times in my life, but we'll just leave that there.
I think we all have, right? Yeah.
So, one of the things that I love about one of your quotes is that you said, I found many women in their 50s aren't used to celebrating themselves. And that's an even bigger reason why it's so important to start celebrating now.
Yes.
Guys, there is something about our 50s that is such a breakthrough. And
right.
My sister's 7 years younger than I am. She's like, don't talk to me. You're in your 50s. I'm like, girl, I'm just telling you, and there's something about the 50s, and your 40s are really good at what you're doing and you're so successful in your business. But I'm just telling you, there's this wisdom that suddenly gets downloaded in your 50s that you never saw coming. And we definitely need to be celebrating. And from there on out, right? Just celebrating every day. So tell us, how are you celebrating you?
So I celebrate my clients all the time. If you follow me on social media, you'll see it on my Instagram, on my LinkedIn, on my Facebook. I'm always celebrating their wins, their weight loss, what they've been able to achieve. And I just made a post today about a client that is at her lowest weight since January. And she tried on a pair of jeans that used to be too small, and they slipped right on, and she was super excited. And I have other clients that come to me, they want to learn how to strength train, and they want to be able to maintain the weight that they've lost. Maybe they just followed some diet. And I even have clients that are coming to me because they've lost weight on taking, one of the shots or the medications or something, but they don't know how to keep the weight off and they're terrified to eat carbs. So we work together on that. And I always encourage my clients to celebrate on every call. And if they're like, I don't have any wins, I'm like, yes, you do. Like, where are you at right now? They're like, I'm on the Zoom. It's like, okay, that's reason to celebrate. Like, you're showing up for yourself. So we're always celebrating. And I find that my clients sometimes, they're a little humble. Maybe they're shy with celebrating. And then as they start sharing a win, then they'll think of another one and another one. And before you know it, they have like 5 wins. And I just love it. It's so much fun.
There's that forward motion again, right? Once you're in motion, it's hard to, stop. You just keep on going. And, when I turned 50, I had my own little crown, my own little sash, and everybody's like, you're buying that for yourself? I'm like, dude, if you understood what it took to get to 50, you would buy me 3 crowns, right? Because we need to be celebrating not just what's gone well in our lives, but as a couple of the authors have said, we need to celebrate the opportunity of the challenges.
Yes, exactly.
Case in point, of your brother, and as painful as that was to experience, the celebration of why you have the business that you have, and how many people have been influenced and affected, and how you're teaching them to celebrate and take care of themselves.
Yes.
And really, how many lives have been saved because of what you experienced with your brother?
Yeah, exactly.
That is a huge win.
Yeah, it is a huge win.
Huge.
Yeah.
I mean, wow. And, when we hit that 50 mark for women, we get the big M. Menopause is fun, right? did you know it can start around age 32? Like that blew my mind recently. And so, you know, I know your clients are walking through not just those physical pieces of I'm trying to lose weight and I'm trying to figure this out. And some of them, honestly, are probably starting what I call act 2 of their life. Because kids are moving out, or maybe the marriage is shifting or ending, or you know, whatever it looks like. You know, and as they're celebrating all of those things, they think that they are so negative, and yet the opportunities are there, and you're there to remind them of those. You know, when you had to deliver the news to your mom about your brother, that must have been just
horrible. Yeah.
So share with us, how do you, in those moments of darkness, come out? How do you get back to the celebrations without negating the pain, without masking it? What do you use as your tools?
So someone else said this earlier, and you know, I'm not about holding the emotions inside of me. I believe it's very important to grieve and let the tears come out. I lost my mom 3 years ago, and she was my best friend and my biggest cheerleader. And I always think about, you know, how proud she would be of me. And so I think about the positive. So I went through and became a certified positive psychology coach to help myself and to better help my clients. So I always think about, you know, what's the positive in this, and where can I take greater responsibility, and how can I turn things around to make them better and to make things more positive. And I think about, you know, my mom, and I think about my brother, and things that they've gone through, and, you know, how I can help others with what I have learned. Because a lot of this, I always say to my clients and potential clients, it starts up here. It starts in the mind. And it's about getting out of our own way and being willing to seek the help and to really implement what you're learning. And over the past 8 years that I've been running my online business, it's so common for these women, especially over 50, it's so hard for some of them to actually ask for help and to be willing to change and to take the initiative and to implement. And it's not always easy to follow all the instructions that we get and to implement, but when we have the right accountability, it can make it easier to stay on track and to work on the baby steps, right? Because all of those small steps, they lead to bigger steps. And when you have that accountability, when you have someone by your side, like when my brother passed, I was there for my mom. Like I did everything I could. And on the day of his passing, I was always with her every single year. One year I remember my boyfriend went to Hawaii and I was invited to go, and I was like, I can't go. I got to be with my mom. And then my mom was like, where's Dan? And I was like, well, he's in Hawaii. And she's like, and you're not with him? And I said, no. I said, I'm here with you. You know, so it's like you have to make some sacrifices sometime and think about what's going to be most important. But I think when you have someone on your side and they believe in you and they support you and they're there to help you, to guide you, and to celebrate with you.
You know, celebrating each other, celebrating your victories, your wins, your opportunities, all key foundations, foundations. I am so glad that you are part of this project. And, you know, Kara was thrilled to read your story. She and I talk a lot about each of the authors and the stories, and all in good ways, just like, what have we learned? What, you know, how can we help them, or how can we support them in their journeys? And what does that look like for the workbook? Because we wanted to honor your stories in that workbook with the questions that we developed in there. And, you know, one of which is how you work through grief. And I know Catherine touched on this when we talked earlier today.
Right.
So can you share with us, how have you worked through some of that grief for you?
So after my brother passed, I sought out grief counseling, and I went to a local church, and they had a grief support group. And it was interesting because the people that were there, everybody had lost someone different. So I remember this couple had lost like their 17-year-old son, and it was just so sad. And I had a woman there that I became friends with. She was my age and she had lost her mom. Then there was another man that was around my age and he had lost his wife. So the three of us ended up becoming friends. And then sadly, the woman, she ended up passing away like 10 years ago. And I was just so devastated to lose her as well. But I always wanted to, work through it and read about it. I bought a lot of books on grief. I realized there was very few books on someone who had lost their sibling. But I found one and I read it and I found different books and I sent some books to my mom, but it was just too hard for her to read them. But I sought out that grief counseling and I wrote about things and I screamed when I had to, I cried when I had to, and I celebrated and looked at pictures and, just did what I could to work on myself. And same like when my mom passed away, it was another big loss, but I thought instead of going to a grief counseling and meeting different people that have lost like different members, I want to talk with other women my age who have lost their mom. So I started putting out posts like in my Facebook group and on my timeline and in different groups. And I met a lot of women that had lost their mom. And together we really bonded. And I felt like that was very helpful because it was more relatable.
I'm so glad that you shared that, because exactly what you did is exactly what was needed. There wasn't a group. Griefshare.org is the group she's talking about, and it is amazing. They're worldwide. They have online meetings. Mm-hmm. One thing that I do share with my clients is they have flavors, is what I call them. So, you have the first 3 weeks of the 12-week cycle to kind of go test flavors of the groups. Mm-hmm. So don't just go to one, go to multiple. Right. I had one client who had lost her husband, and the first one she went to, it was really kind of interesting. Everybody had somebody murdered. It was a little much. She was like, "That's not my group." And I'm like, "Nope, wrong flavor. Let's try a different one." And so it took her 3 flavors, is what I call it, to find the right group. And it was everybody had lost a spouse. And so she instantly clicked because they were all spouses. They got it. Right. And they don't do that in Grief Share on purpose. I think it's just nature of the beast that they all kind of gravitate towards the same grouping, and it becomes that particular flavor. And I'm so glad that served you well. Yeah. Then you saw a hole in it. Right. And you said, I know there's value in that community and connection. So right. I'm going to just tweak it. Yes. And I'm going to reach out to other women. Right. Who lost a mom. Yeah. And another thing I've done every week since I lost my mom, and I lost her on March 12th of 2022, is every week I buy fresh roses. Oh, nice. And I have them right behind me on my desk. And I look at them every day, and I always encourage my clients and other women to go and buy some flowers for yourself. Absolutely. So it's like I'm buying them for me, but also for my mom at the same time. No, and that's just another celebration as well. Right. Yes. And I know we've got a couple of gentlemen on the call, and here's the cool thing. Us women, we're not really high maintenance as much as you guys think we are. We're really not. We like flowers, and we like to be thought of. Like, you got those 2 and you're a win. Like, shoo it, really. Right. And I used to tell my ex, I'm like, dude, we live in the land of free wildflowers. Just pull the car over and pick some. I'd be happy as a clam, right? Because in Colorado, we have gorgeous wildflowers. Yes. And I used to always laugh about that. I'm like, you come empty-handed. Why? You passed that whole field on the way home. Well, thank you, Linda, for sharing your heart. I know it has been vulnerable and quite a journey for you. And I'm so glad that you're honoring your brother and your mom
Yes.
in this. And, you know, I think there's a story in there about you and your mom too, before this
Yeah.
is over.
Yeah.
And I think there's a book for you, especially about, you know, your business and what that looks like. And then because you have this unique insight to work with your clients who, in light of our earlier conversation, feelings buried alive never die.
Right.
And that fat that typically people have, and I'm not saying everybody, but typically people have, is a protection mechanism.
Yes.
And so when they feel safe, it melts
Mhm.
off. Crazy
Right.
as that sounds, I've
Yeah.
seen it happen.
Yes.
So that safety has to do with walking through those emotions. And so if they've lost, if they're grieving, if there's, you know, death doesn't always look like a physical death for people.
Right.
You
Right.
know, it could be just death of a relationship or death of expectations. You
Yes.
know, as much as I would love to think my 19-year-old is going to go out and you know, have a commitment ceremony, because she probably won't be able to get married for insurance purposes, but she's already had to lay down, unfortunately, her opportunity to have kids. So I had to deal with that grief of,
Yeah.
biologically a grandmother is not in my future, and that's okay.
Yeah.
So, you know, those deaths look very different. And so
Exactly.
an
Yeah,
amazing,
someone mentioned that earlier too, like the grief. It's not just losing someone, you know, that passes away. It's there's a lot of different griefs out there.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, any parting fresh wisdom that you want to share with us before you go on?
The main thing is take action, whether you're ready or not. Just take action. Because a lot of times we procrastinate and we want to wait till we're ready. And it's like, you know, sometimes you're never ready and you just have to take action before that happens.
Exactly.
And we can always become better, and it's never too late. You're never too old to get started. I got my own mom started in the gym when she was 57, and she was a big inspiration for my clients. I had clients that joined me because they're like, I want you to teach me what you taught my mom and what you taught your mom. And she never had any weight to lose. She was very petite, but she grew very strong and more confident. And so, yeah, just take action.
I love it. Hey, what gift are you bringing to the table for everybody today?
I think it was it my guide, the Ditch the Diet guide?
Ditch
I
the
believe
Diet.
it was.
Yep.
Yeah. So I have a free guide, Ditch the Diet. And so that's my free gift that I put together. So please get that gift and read it. And my contact info is in there. So don't feel, you know, shy about reaching out. I'm here to help, and always happy to have a call with anyone to talk through things and see how I can help. And I also want to thank everyone for being here. I know I was one of the last or almost last speakers here. So thanks everyone for hanging in. And I really want to thank you, Crystal, because you have been tremendous through this whole book launch and everything. You have worked so hard and done so much, and it's incredible. So I really want to thank you so much, Crystal.
Thank you. I appreciate that. You know, when we see a need and we know somebody needs to step in, and for whatever reason, these are my strengths. I said to Kara, girl, I got you. You need to go get healing. You need to just rest and relax. I got this. No problem.
Yeah.
And it really has been a team effort. And I just want to honor all of our authors for that. Because when I put the call out that I need some things from you guys, especially that turnaround on the manuscript, guys, if you guys understood, they only had 48 hours to proof their chapter and get it back to me, because we were trying so hard to get it to you guys by today. But unfortunately, it is what it is. It's coming out May 1st, but you can do pre-sale. And we couldn't have even gotten that far had you guys not responded in the capacity that you did. So I just thank you guys so much, you know, for showing up when I put the call out there. I really appreciate you guys for that.
Thank you, Crystal, for being so amazing and so organized and just doing it all. Thank you.
Well, fingers crossed. We're going to try this technology thing one more time. So here's what we're going to do. Kelly, I have my phone on. Should something go awry, if you could holler at me. But we have one more live speaker. She had to drive her husband to the airport earlier than expected. So Marie Adele is coming back. She should be here probably in the next 15 minutes, but no worries because we have 2 more people for you. The first one is going to be Karen, which I mentioned to you earlier. So we're going to get her going one more time. We're going to start at the beginning since you guys were having trouble hearing that. And then hopefully it has started raining here. So can you guys hear the rain? No, we're good. Okay, good. I was like, oh no, now we have rain going too. If it's not the airplanes, it's the rain or it's the internet. It's a fun day here. And see, challenges. How do we walk through challenges on live TV here? Super fun. So I'm going to show you Karen, and then after Karen, we also have Francine. And Francine had already committed to being a big vendor show this weekend when we put this on the book. So, and we totally get that. Everybody has things happening, and we just are so appreciative that they were willing to sit down, record for us so we could share that with you. And that's why we want to do that. So I'm going to go ahead and share if we can get back to Miss Karen. All right. And you'll remember Karen is our travel bug. And so she and her daughter are world jet setters. And out of that, she started Heal, Thrive, and Dream as a company. And so she's going to share with you some tips that she learned in all of her globe trotting on how to actually heal, thrive, and dream.
Hi, I am thrilled to be a participant in this summit, Speak the Heart. I am one of the authors in the project, and I am excited to share a little bit about my chapter and about myself today. My chapter is about travel, how I have found healing, comfort, adventure, and lots more with travel. As a young child, I don't know about you, but I didn't have opportunities to travel. I grew up in a dysfunctional home where there's a lot of chaos, abuse, poverty, and I felt pretty trapped. If you can relate to that, then you know how important it is to feel free, like to roam and to explore and to play. So one of my favorite quotes I have in the book is, I choose to explore, run free, and be a fun-loving, relaxed girl all over the world. My presentation is about a journey to healing, how travel has truly elevated my mind, body, and spirit, and I wish the same with you. A little bit about me. I am Karen Robinson. I am the founder and CEO of Heal, Thrive, Dream. My mission and my company's mission is to encourage women and other abuse survivors, trauma survivors, to really live their best life. How do we do that? We work on healing your past wounds, whether they be from childhood, domestic violence, sexual assault, natural disasters, gun violence, and more. Maybe medical traumas as well. And as you may know, that many of the authors in this compilation have had some medical traumas. Travel. It is seriously one of my most favorite things. And I discovered travel is the ultimate high of mind, body, and spirit. And I'm going to share more about that with you today. What I think is really cool about travel is that it can be holistically healing. And I'm going to give some examples of that in just a moment. But also you can work on healing your spirit through adventure. So spiritually healing is one of the healing pillars when we talk about holistic healing. And then third, healing and community is super important. And I'll speak a couple moments about that. Here are the examples I wanted to provide to you about the healing pillars that I use in my work, and just some brief examples of what that could look like. I believe that traveling can be physically healing. And for me, one of the ways is I tend to move more. When as a therapist, when I work from home, I'm in my chair a lot and not moving much. But when I am traveling, I am out and about, I'm hiking, I'm exploring, I'm just simply way more active. And that's just one out of many examples that we can think about when we look at our physical component, our body, while we travel. And I do talk about a couple more in the book. The next healing pillar is your mental health. I find that traveling is really great for your perspective shifting. We often get caught in thinking about things in one way. And when we travel and we meet new people, we get to see how other people think about the same topic or different topics. And so that can expand our mind and our awareness, which is very beautiful. The emotional healing for me is I tend to experience a lot of gratitude for travel, especially to third world countries where there may be a lot of poverty, where there's just a lack of abundance. So after traveling to places where there was no running water or maybe no hot water for showers, you better believe I had a lot of gratitude for my own home and the luxuries I have with running water and hot showers. Spiritual healing. This is huge for me in my travels. One of the cool ways to get to see the diversity and how people celebrate their higher power, how they pray, how they meditate on the word. It's just very enlightening, feeling inspirational to see the different practices. And I had another note, I can find it really quick, about spirituality, with that being a healing pillar, is that I encourage you when you travel to check out when it's appropriate. It's not always appropriate, but when it's allowed, checking out synagogues and temples and mosques, churches, going to different types of spiritual festivals. I encourage you to do those when possible. And again, not all religions or spiritual practices will be open to that, but when possible, check it out. Next is relational healing. When we travel, this can be a bonding time with a significant other, our children, families, even friend groups. And then you're going to see when I talk about community, other types of bonding that can happen and other types of healing. And then we have our energetic healing. Check out what's going on with energy practices when you travel. Is there practitioners practicing Reiki? Is there sound bowl or vibrational healings that way? Is there a shaman you can meet for the first time and see what they have to say? So there's really some cool and unique experiences the more you travel. Don't be afraid to just be curious and check it out. It doesn't mean you have to change your way of healing. It doesn't mean you have to change how your politics, your religion, your values, but it can enrich your values to just explore and see what else is out there. The second pillar or theme for this conversation that I wanted to have today is healing your spirit through adventure. And we talked about that a little bit. But for me, it was really healing to my spirit. My daughter and I were in Japan when my ex left. And I did ask him to leave. So it wasn't, I had a piece of this story. But basically, my daughter and I were struggling. We were super sad about what was happening with our family. And so one of the things I did for healing is we hopped on planes all through China. So we got to do different tours. We got to see lots of landscapes. We saw the Great Wall. We saw the beautiful architecture of the different cities in China that we visited. We saw temples. There's one called Heaven that was amazing to look at. And the more that we explored, we saw that our hearts were starting to heal. Through that travel, we played. We went to a dumpling show where they made dumplings in the shape of the animal of the meat inside. So there'd be duck and pig and cow, and it was just really lovely. We saw Chinese acrobats. So we played, we explored, we took time to create. We listened to what we needed. And so with spiritual adventure through travel, I really encourage you to just simply be curious. It can be really enriching for us. So this slide is in the wrong place. Let me go back to this one first. The next healing, number 3, is healing and community. And so not only is there can be healing with traveling with family members that we are close to, who haven't hurt us in any way, and then our friend groups, of course, but also attending retreats. I can't emphasize enough how wonderful retreats have been in my life. I've only been attending for the last couple of years, and it's been super enriching for me. And I wanted to share also that with my company, we are launching retreats starting this year in 2025. And the first one is on the Shenandoah area of Virginia. And then my retreat partner, Stephanie, she owns Boutique Adventures. So you can also just go to boutiqueadventures.com. And she has a retreat to Costa Rica coming up, and there's still a little bit of space there. So if you're looking for some healing, I highly recommend retreats. I wanted to ask you to save the date. I'm having a summit at the end of May 30th. It's called Finding Revitalization After the Physical Effects of Trauma. It's on May 30th, 10 to 5 Eastern. There's the link to join it. Well, it's free to attend. I hope that you consider coming. And then I also want to send an invitation to my Dream Club membership. It's like the lowest fee entry point into my programs. It's $7 a month where you get a video every single month on how to create your dream life, your future dreams. You get a little small workbook with a video with some exercises in it. And then there's also a Facebook community. I also give bonus journals. And of course, the journals alone are worth more than the $7 that you pay to join. skipping forward a little bit. A gift to everybody attending or signing up for the summit or watching the replay is what I meant to say, is I have a free gift of a healing planner, and you can chart or journal about going to therapy or really learning about your self-reflection prompts. There's weekly check-ins. There's also more than 100 journaling prompts. So it's a robust planner and journal, and I really hope you take advantage of my free gift. You can simply go to healthrivedream.com/healing-planner, and that will get you to that. Finally, I just want to say thank you for attending this summit, supporting Kara and her dream to compile an anthology book about our stories, and for the work that's gone into the summit and into the book. Thank you for being a part of it. I hope you purchase the book. If you have questions about anything that I spoke about today or want to learn more about my services and programs, please reach out, healthrivedream@gmail.com. And again, my name is Karen Robinson. Thank you very much.
Wow. So how many of you have thought about travel that way? That is quite an experience to use travel to heal. You know, part of what my daughter and I have done the last couple of years is actually traveled across the country, trying to get her to all 50 of those states. We're missing just a couple, but you know, it's something exciting about just being on an adventure. And just like you heard Karen and her daughter go, and that healed their heart, because you're not bogged down by what you see every day, by the pain, but you're out there exploring and creating new neural networks within your brain, which allows you to heal even faster. A lot of people don't know that, but there is science to wanting somebody to heal faster. Give them something brand spanking new for them to learn, and you will be shocked at how much faster they can heal, whether that's physically, emotionally, mentally, doesn't matter what it is, but it will happen. I have great news. We are moving up in the ranks. So not only are we still #1 bestseller, and #1 new release, but we have moved up to #3 new release in social sciences, #7 new release in poli-sci, and #17 in new release in literary. Guys, you guys are doing this. This is just amazing. Thank you so much for your support. We so greatly, greatly appreciate it. Now, Miss Marie is back from the airport. Let me see if I can find her. I know she's in here. Tammy Martin, I saw your hand raised. I suspect that was back when we couldn't hear anything with Karen the first time, but if there's something else, I would love to hear that. So let me know if you need us. I see Pamela made it in. Awesome. Vicky's back. Awesome. All right. Miss Marie, I said you could be a contributor, so you should be able to pop right in here. Aha. I am seeing you right there. While she is getting on screen, let me share a little bit with you about who Miss Marie is. I have a lovely piece of paper right here. See? All right. So Marie's chapter was Speak the Heart. It's really kind of funny how many hearts ended up in the titles of this book, Speak the Heart. And she is speaking the heart. Marie is a lifelong learner and practices using her voice to change not only her future, however, also family futures. She's a teacher of early childhood, middle school, and special education for over 24 years. Kudos to all of our teachers. I was a teacher in higher ed, and I would not pay to be back in a classroom today. So that career for her of teaching has taken her all around the globe. 2 master's degree and almost doctorate. Hey, I think it counts personally. And those life lessons round her out in her education. International speaker, mother of a feisty and wise manifestor daughter, wife, and now published author are labels to which she happily ascribes. You can find her on her Facebook under Marie Adele, or Instagram, Grow You with Marie, and you being just the letter U. And although she is mostly word of mouth for her parenting program, why don't you ask her how hundreds of families have utilized her methods to create generational transformation? You know, generational transformation is so important to understand. We do not realize what we bring in to our own new families that have been passed on to us one after the other until it comes out of your mouth. And then you're like, oh, I sound like my mom, or oh, that was my dad and me. And you don't even realize it. Look at Marie making it happen from her car. So proud of you. Thank you so much. You know, you're amazing. I just thank you. Thank you for being here. So glad you could make it and show up. And this is what life is all about. We're just doing it as it comes today. So welcome, welcome, welcome.
Thank you. Yeah, I didn't want to not come on, and I hopped back on so that way I could see where you guys were, if there are any other people that were speaking, and then I was like, okay, I'm driving. Let's do this.
You're doing it. High five right there. Kudos. You know, your chapter title was Speak the Heart. So why don't you share with us a little bit about why you chose that title and why you want to be involved in this project?
Yeah, so well, first I wanted to be in the project because I worked with Kara a couple years ago at a summit during COVID, and she's very inspirational. She gathers people together. She just makes things happen. And I was like, sure. You know, she reached out, and I feel like everybody has a message. Everybody has something to share. And, you know, my travels around the globe, like our previous author, also helped me to heal and learn so much about myself. And, you know, I just think that sometimes we take that journey and we think it's just for ourselves, and then later on find out it's really for everyone. And I chose the title Speak the Heart because as an adult, in my early adulthood, I realized that I was not utilizing my voice. And I knew that it was, you know, due to trauma from when I was a child and not having the ability to be able to speak, you know, due to family circumstances, the way that I was raised, different things like that. And so having a voice that wasn't valued taught me to become an adult who had a voice that wasn't valued. And so my journey was learning how to use my voice and how to speak again. And I speak from the heart, right?
I love that. You know, when we are replicating what we've been taught, where you're not valued, then you believe it and then you pass it on, right? And so for you to be that bond breaker, that is massively huge. And really my heart goes out to you, because that is something that not a lot of people, one, even know to do, but two, are willing to do, because it's hard. It's one of the hardest things you've ever had to do. Stand in the face of what you were taught along the generations and say, no more. The buck stops here. You're not getting through to my kids. You're not getting through to my family. You're not getting through to the legacies that are coming. It stops here. And we're going to break those cycles. That is such a huge event, and really celebration is required for that in that case, for sure. So share with us a little bit about how you're helping these families shift to that generationally. Like, what are some of the tools that you're sharing with them to do that?
Yeah, so again, it was kind of my worldwide travels. I started here in the US before I even went overseas, with counseling and with yoga, learning the yoga lifestyle. And I've always been into nutrition. So, like, you know, healing my body that way, because I had put on weight as armor, right? Like so many of us do. And, you know, learning how to really take care of myself that way, and just kind of gathering more and more things as I went along. So, you know, overseas, I learned a lot more. I took a lot of different workshops around like breath work and Ayurvedic medicine, and, you know, really like utilizing massage as well. I can't even tell you how many massages that I've had, but, you know, using that as a way to move and shift things in the body, energetics. Just a lot of different things around hypnotherapy, like I gathered all these tools because I was like, hey, like this seems like it's interesting to me. I would love to learn how to do these things. And then later on, you know, finding out that like they're super useful for other people as well too. So just a lot of little different like things here and there. And you know, I really feel like that one of our greatest tools that we have is our body. And I feel like our body is actually our first brain, not our brain, because our body is where our intuition lies. It's where we're able to, you know, speak from our faith, right? Our heart. We're able to listen through our body, and our body is that conduit. And, you know, our brain is the rational part of us. And at the same time, like our body is that wisdom. It's that first line of defense. And, you know, when we don't listen to our body, that's when things happen that, you know, we don't really care for. So really being able to tap into your body, listen to your body, listen to the wisdom, and then let that spirit come forth through you, right? Whatever faith, whatever religion, whatever, you know, no matter whatever it is, you are spoken through. And I firmly believe that. So just taking all of those different things and really individualizing it, right? Like that's what I've learned as a teacher is to individualize things, individualize instruction, especially in special education. And every student needs to be individualized because we're all unique and individual, and really being able to listen to people and be intuitive about that. I'm very intuitive in my teaching as well. And it's one of the things that I've gotten compliments on over the years, like just being able to shift in the moment. And that's due to, you know, being able to be grounded and present. That's that yoga lifestyle, really, you know, being, I say awareness is 9/10 of the law, right? Like, you know, once you're aware, then you're able to really change things. So.
You know, I love you're demonstrating it right now, pulled off on the side of the road, you know, and you're present. So there you go. You know, this woman is going to be worth her weight in gold because she's doing what she says for you to do. So there you go. Living proof. You know, one of the quotes that you said was, we need to have permission to be in our early years so that we truly know how wonderful, awesome, great, and divine we are. Can you unpack that a little bit? Because that is powerful quote.
Yeah, I mean, we are human beings first, right? We're not human doings. So, you know, being able to simply just be ourselves and be allowed to share our voice, be allowed to speak who we are. We are our heart, right? And so being able to just simply be ourselves and have that be enough. And not have to, you know, worry about what someone else is trying to tell us that we need to do, that we need to be, you know, we prize so much, I think, in our Western society, this idea that, you know, you have to be intelligent, you have to be smart, you have to, you know, we're prized for like what's going on inside of our heads. And at the same time, like I said, our intuition comes from our body. And so when we, you know, force kids to potty train early, when we force them to eat, when we feel like they're not eating enough, when we force them to, you know, be hugged or touched by people that they don't know, or, you know, sit on laps of Santa or the Easter Bunny.
Right.
You know, those kinds of things, it seems kind of funny. And at the same time, like when we don't ask for permission from children, then we teach them that what they think and what they feel doesn't matter. And so in order to be able to know who you are, you have to be allowed to express your opinion, to be able to speak your heart, to be able to share what you're thinking and what you're feeling. And you deserve to have adults that are there, that are healthy and whole, to be able to listen to you as well and hear you properly.
That is really quite a thought, because how many times, and I'm a little bit older than you, you know, we were told, you sit down, you shut up, you follow directions, right? that's the generation that I came out of. And so my generation was like, nope, I got a little spunk in me, and my mom called it sass. But, you know, I was a good kid. You know, I had got all A's. I wasn't out there drinking and drugging, and, you know, I was doing the right things, going to church, all that good stuff. But there was a trust factor that was missing. And I liken it in hindsight back to that fact that I didn't obey the generational rules of what was being put on me. Now, that's not to say that my parents are great. I have very good parents. I was raised in a very healthy home. But, you know, it's that generational piece. And now my daughter has a very different attitude and outlook towards things that I'm like, what are you thinking? You know, because I'm coming from my generation. And now I'm also seeing a friend whose son is about 7 years younger than my daughter. And this skibbity riz stuff that they're I'm like, I think I like the hieroglyphics. Like, could we just go back to the emoji generation? Because I don't even understand that as English, right? At least I could figure out the drawings of my daughter's generation, you know? And you have to laugh because we're trying to allow them to be who they are, but still in the context of who we're defining that as for them. And you know, I did teach in the elementary levels for a while, and I was never the one that they would walk in. I'd go, do you want a hug? You know, like, give me a hug. Like, and a lot of teachers were doing that. And I'm like, you have no idea where those kids are, right? And you don't know whether that's a good touch for them or a bad touch. So they would come in and they would ask to give me a hug, and I'd be happy to give them that, you know, the side hug. Got to be careful of all that stuff. But they had to ask me for it. Not that I didn't say that you couldn't have one, but I didn't want to overstep those boundaries. And how would you define those today? Because, you know, our generations previous to us would call those boundaries. Mm-hmm. Boundaries are you listen to what I say, you know, kind of thing, but they weren't really boundaries. But how do we define those today in a different way, in a healthier way, that we could take something away from our conversation today to implement in our own families right now?
Yeah, I feel like a huge part of that is cultivating awareness, because once you cultivate awareness, then you have more intuitive nature, and then you can tune into those questions to ask people that help them to feel more comfortable. So don't just assume. You know, everybody has a different perspective, just like you were saying. We don't know where that student's been, what, you know, their perspective is on certain things. They don't know my perspective, right? So there are certain things that we do need boundaries for, and that we do need to create boundaries. And I use those exact words in my classroom. I'm like, that's a boundary for me. Like, you are crossing a boundary, and I need you to please stop. You know, and help them to become more aware of their own boundaries that they have. What do they like that people do? What do they not like that people do? Mm-hmm. You know, what is being spread? How do you talk about people? How, because I work at a middle school, right? I work in the skibbity riz. You know, I learn all of their language so that I know what they're saying, and I say it back to them so that they understand that I'm relating to them, that I, you know, am taking the time to care about something that they care about. So I can speak brain rot. And and you know, just it is that, it's that awareness piece. It's being peaceful in your own body so that you have the presence and the awareness to be able to know the questions and read that body language that's going on with that other person, to assume positive intent in every situation as much as you possibly can. And, you know, one of the things that I go through with my students is, you know, that circle of control thing, where what is in my control and what is not in my control. And, you know, what is it that is bothering me? And helping them to understand that it always comes back to an emotion that they are feeling. It's never about that other person, even though it feels like it is. It's always about what we are allowing that other person to control within us. So there's so many different things, you know, that, and it's an easier said than done kind of a thing, right? Like it's easier said than done to be aware. you don't know what you don't know, right? We're our own worst, like can't see the forest through the trees kind of a thing. So, you know, really having someone that you can talk to, whether it's a coach, whether it's a friend, whether it's a spouse, whether it's, you know, somebody that you can talk to that can see those trees that are in your way, so that you know, can kind of move them out of your way so you can see that 30,000 foot perspective, so to speak. And you have that, you know, ample vision to be able to see what it is that you desire for yourself, and also be able to see that within other people. Like I feel like that's a huge gift of mine, is being able to actually see the potential in everyone, like their full potential. And sometimes that can be really scary for them. They're like, whoa, like back up. What do you think that I can do? Right? Like, but it always comes to fruition. It always does, because just like Kelly was saying, we see where the brain goes, that's, you know, where the brain goes, that's what grows, right? So, you know, being able to have someone else kind of see that vision for us, plant that seed, and then have that grow is tremendous. But it all starts with awareness.
You know, I think that really has been one of the main themes today in all of our talks, because awareness is that first step to transformation, that first step to healing, that first step to boundaries. It's just the first step. Like, if we don't know it's an issue, then we can't shift, we can't change, we can't transform. And so awareness is the key. And I'm so glad you revisited that, because we need to understand that's the key for not only changing our own lives and shifting our families, but legacy generationally, and realizing what you have brought in does not have to be what you give out. And that is so important. So you are offering a special guide for everybody today as a free gift. You want to talk to us about what the HD guide is?
Yeah, so one of the tools that I love to use is called human design. And I know that, like, I always preface that I have this huge amount of education, because sometimes people see things like astrology or human design as kind of like airy fairy. And at the same time, there has been 0 people that I have worked with that I have talked to them about human design, about that were like, oh, that has nothing to do with me. Like, it very clearly helps them to see patterns in their life of the way that they use their energy, the way that other people perceive them using their energy, and, you know, be able to look at patterns and shift those patterns quickly, because they notice, they're like, oh my gosh, that is true, that I do that, or oh yeah, that is my power, that's what I'm really good at, you know. And to have it, like, to kind of see it in black and white on a piece of paper, like, yeah, this is your purpose, this is what you're meant to do here, this is, you know, the life that you're meant to live out energetically, and help them to move in that direction. And so by seeing that, it also plays into that HD of like high definition, right, on your TV, so you get to see your life in that colorful perspective, that high definition, that life that you have always wanted to live for yourself. And, you know, do it through multiple ways. Like, there's not just one way to get there, right? There's always multiple paths. And it's just being able to get out of your own way and be able to see what those different paths could possibly be. Look for that next new thing. What are you missing? What are you not aware of that you could be possibly aware of? It's that whole white car thing, right? Like, if you drive out of the dealership in a white car and you go out on the road, you're 20 times more likely to see all the white cars that are out there. So it's the same thing with living an HD life, right? Being able to understand energetically how you relate to other people and get out of your own way, so that you are, again, I think it was like Kelly that was talking about having, you know, the story she was talking about. What fairy tale was she talking about?
The fairy tale.
Mm.
She was talking about her hearts, and then is that the one you're thinking of?
No, it was like where if something's in your way, like you get out
Oh,
of your
the bear, the story of the bear, singing the bear song. Yeah.
bear hunt. Yeah. So I talk about the same thing, but like as flowing water, right? Around a rock. Like water doesn't stop because there's a flowing rock. It finds a way to like break through, or it goes around, So it's not allowing life to just make it stop. There is a flow to life. Electricity, energy, like all of those things, nothing is going to stop that energy. It flows, it goes. So when we try to block those things in our life and, tamp them down, then we don't allow that life force, that energy to flow. So that is what an HD life is. It's all about being able to, really live your very best life because you're seeing clearly.
That is amazing. Well, guys, it is also on the author's gift page just for you, and you get to download that for free. So look at the pinned post in the chat so you can make sure you get all of the free goodies. Thank you, Marie, pulling off, staying safe as you go back into traffic. But thank you for improvising here. That was amazing and such good information. And, we look forward to just hearing more feedback from all of our authors on not just how today went for you, but also how's the book being implemented in your life? How is it shaping those things? How is it an opportunity for you to speak to even more people? Because we just want to make sure that we are encouraging all of you guys and supporting you in the best capacity that we can, and really leveraging what work you have put into this product, what work you have put in with your heart and soul and mind, your stories, your vulnerability, your authenticity, because there is even bigger things coming that you can't even see right now. So thank you so much for being with us, Marie. I will let you get back on the road. If you're listening, we got one more person, and that's Francine. Francine thank you so much. Francine is actually coming to us from a recording. She's our last speaker today as we wrap up shop. You guys have been troopers today. Oh my gosh, I didn't realize it was going on 1:30. And I appreciate your diligence and just showing up and getting us through all our technical fun today. Really so appreciate you guys in being here. So Francine, as one of our other authors, wrote a chapter called Eliminate Boom, B-O-O-M, and Show the True You. Now, what the heck is boom? So we're going to get into that in just a second. She was once 100 pounds overweight, dependent on pharmaceuticals, and facing forced medical retirement. She was a Navy veteran, thank you for your service, and a manufacturing engineer. Francine rebuilt her life using engineering principles. Now a transformational strategist, a children's author, and she created Sparkle Feathers and Princess Francie, the Magic Library. So how fun is that? Sparkle Feathers and Princess Francie, the Magic Library. I just love the title. To help young readers and adults overcome boom. Boom is the bad opinion of myself. So we got to get over that, don't we? And step into confidence, creativity, and courage. So one of her quotes for her book is, "The intricate dance of self-discovery. We often find ourselves concealed by the veil of our own self-perceptions, unwittingly swayed by the insidious influence of a little-known voice called boom, the bad opinion of myself." We have those bad opinions from generational things. We have the bad opinions because we believe the lies. We have the bad opinions because of fear. But all of these authors today have shared with you so many incredible tools to stop believing the lies, get them out of here, so you guys can walk in the fullness of what your identity and purpose is that you've been called to do. So I really pray that you guys will come back to us. You will re-listen to some of these chats that we've had today, because it is phenomenal. Not just advice, but the life principles that have been offered and shared today. So let's jump right in to Miss Francine. I appreciate you guys. Here she comes. I love her. She's so funny.
Hello, I am Francine Julie. My chapter is about boom. You may be wondering what boom is all about. Boom is bad opinions of myself. And it's not just about me. Everybody has boom. Mine started when I was a kid. My aunts told me, "You'd be such a pretty girl if you just lost some weight." And that started my lifelong journey of thinking, if I could just lose 20 pounds, I would be happy. I kept chasing happiness with the underlying thought. If I could just lose 20 pounds, everything in life would be okay, no matter what I achieved. My worth, my self-value was attached to how much I weighed and what size I wore. Have you ever felt that way? Have you ever felt that little thought in your head was ruling your life? Well, if you haven't, I hope that after you hear what I have to say, you take another look at some of your limiting beliefs, or what I call, boom, bad opinions of myself. And it all starts in childhood. Up until about the age of 7 or 8, we all have no concept of what society thinks we should be. And it came time to retire from my 30-year-long career working for the military as a sailor in the Navy, a soldier in the Army, a government contractor, and a civil servant. My whole identity in life was wrapped around being an aircraft electrician for the military. I was having a bit of an identity crisis, trying to figure out what I wanted to be when I grew up. At the right young age of 57, I had no idea what was going to come next for me in life. But what I did know is I wasn't happy, and if I could just lose 20 pounds, I would be happy. Boy, was I wrong. Recognizing that I needed to make changes in my life was the starting point of this beautiful journey that changed the whole outlook of my future. And it all started when I needed to make changes and I had no idea what to do. And then I thought, I'm a change management specialist. I've helped make assembly lines run smoother. I've helped save money. I've helped employees through changes in the corporate world. Why don't I take all of these tools that we've used in change management and apply them to myself? I developed the 6-step process of personal change. The first steps when we try to make changes, whether it was corporate or an industry, the first thing we had to do is figure out where we were. What was the current state of the situation? When starting my own personal self-reflection, I had all these crazy thoughts in my head. Nobody's going to hire me. I could hardly walk. Nobody's going to hire me. I'm too old. I don't know how to do anything but fix airplanes. I have all of this education, but I have no experience. This was all boom. These were bad opinions of myself telling me what I can't do. The first step that I discovered I needed to do was quiet those thoughts, was to make boom shut up. I needed help to discover that. And I hired a holistic health coach and a business coach. And they both told me the same thing. They both told me get up from behind your desk at lunchtime and take a walk. I could hardly walk. I walk with a limp. I could hardly make it, and I have asthma. What do you mean, take a walk? Not only that, I have so much work to do. I use my lunch to research and figure out what I'm going to do next. After all the pushback, I finally listened. You know what? I felt better. I was able to calm my nerves. I was able to think more clearly in the afternoon. That walk became a new habit. And each day it got easier and easier. Next step in the 6-step process of personal change is deep self-reflection. That deep. You've already quieted your mind. Now it's time to dig deeply into the heart of the matter. I had to consider what caused all this boom in the first place. And that's when I remembered what my aunts told me, that if I lost some weight, I'd be pretty. It didn't occur to me that I was already pretty, even though I packed on a couple pounds. I was also told, why are you getting a master's degree in business? Isn't being an aircraft electrician enough for you? That came from my coworkers. Society fuels our boom. Deep self-reflection requires to drown out all this conflicting information coming from society and determine what is truly coming from you. After losing 100 pounds, I still wasn't happy. I needed to analyze how my boom, how these opinions of myself conflicted with what I really wanted in life, and figure out the root cause of what was holding me back. And I'm not going to get into all of the poor me, I had a rough life. Let's just say that I cleared my mind, listened to my heart, and analyzed the situation, and I made a declaration. I declared that no matter who I was blaming for what was wrong in my life, that ultimately it was my responsibility to myself to forgive them and move on. Because no matter who I blamed, I had the choice in how I responded. Now, the next step in the 6-step process of personal change is to make an improvement, to make a change. Well, if you are clearing your mind, if you are listening to your heart, when you analyze and you make a declaration to yourself, you are going to make small improvements along the way. And then it was time for the big improvement. The what do I want to be for the rest of my life? And now it's time to write my new story. Are you ready to silence your self-doubt and step into the greatest confidence? Get my free ebook and start your own 6-step journey today. These simple yet powerful steps will help you break free of negative self-talk from boom and embrace the confident, unstoppable you. Download your free gift and take your first steps towards a brighter and more empowered future. I'm living proof.
Her joy is just contagious, isn't it, guys? I just love her. I'm trying my hardest to like close her out, but I can't make it work. Okay, there it goes. Oh my goodness. What a way to close out strong today. You know, I was just making a list of really the keywords that we have been talking about today, and awareness, momentum, transformation, you know, personal accountability. You know, I just love that she just did that talk, and she was not supposed to have gone last. She was supposed to be earlier in, but you know, I always laugh because there's always the perfect timing for everything. And, you know, I think that was just such a solid way to end our time together today. And so I want to let you know what her freebie is. It is a downloaded guide. It's called the Holistic Family Guide to Good Habits. And she goes on to say, have you ever felt like you're treading water and able to make meaningful progress in your personal or professional life? You're not alone. Many of us face invisible barriers that hold us back, often without realizing it. And so that's why she's offering the Holistic Family Guide to Good Habits, a powerful free resource designed to help your whole family break through challenges and build a lasting positive change using the six-step process of personal change. So definitely make sure you go to the author free gift page to download that. So, you know, as we come to a close today, I just want to thank all of my authors that are part of this project. First and foremost, the compiler, which is Kara O'Daniel. You know, without her vision, without her tenacity to keep going in the heart of the chaos that she experiences medically, none of us would be here today. This book wouldn't be published. We would not be the #1 bestseller, and so many climbing up the list on the other categories. Super, super crazy exciting. I want to thank David Vine, all the way in Australia, persevering through his medical challenges that he's been having. Christopher, and really he is just taking on the world, and I just love that about him. Catherine Mullen, you know, getting to see her as an also author out on the big billboard in Times Square, that was so cool. She is just moving and grooving. That Karen Robinson and Francine both were willing to make those videos to share with you guys and contributed such solid information to us while we're here. David Hollingsworth, you're still a trooper. You're still on with me, as is Linda. I really appreciated your talks, guys, and such a personal vulnerability from both of you about things that you've had to walk through as a child, as a sibling, as a parent, and really just appreciate how much you guys were willing to be vulnerable about your personal journeys and stories. And then Heidi coming on to talk to us about what she has experienced, Destiny, and what she is experiencing every single day. Kelly Fritz and her hearts. There's our heart. And then Marie. Man, that was amazing. Pulling off in traffic. She's going to make it happen. And I hope I didn't forget anybody out of who's talked to us today. And then the people that we didn't get to today who couldn't be with us. Haley Gray, up to her eyeballs and higher with some client things that are happening today. Dr. Fern Caslow, she is recovering from some surgery. And then Dr. Temple Grandin, she's actually at another event live today, so she couldn't be with us today. Donna Palmer, Elaine Williams, she had some family emergencies happening today, and Courtney Kaplan. You know, all 20 of our authors have such gifts, talents, and abilities to share with you. And I'm just so grateful to be a part of this project. And I think one of the last quotes I want to leave you with is actually one that I had. And it says, in the face of the unimaginable, I found that perseverance is an active choice. And when we're seeking the heart, that's perseverance, that's endurance, that's hope, it's opportunity, it's healing. And it's an active choice to pursue that hope in what it can provide for you, in all the tools that you've heard about today to get you from point A to point B, and everything in between, honestly, is gravy. Even as hard as it is, it's icing on the cake because it's propelling us forward in momentum. into motion, into change, into things that we don't even see coming that are going to revolutionize our life, those around us, and the generations to come. So thank you guys so much for being here. If you want to pick up a free gift that I have to offer, it's a hope-infused action planner. So you can use everything that you've learned here today, put it into practice to transform any of the chaos that you might be sitting in the middle of into purpose, and infuse your life with healing, opportunities, perseverance, and endurance for 7 days and longer. Because life is a journey, guys, and we are active participants in it. Thank you guys so much. It has been my honor and privilege to be here with you guys. I'm Kay Crystal Griffith, and I am signing off for Seek the Heart. Run now and sign up and get your pre-sale for the book. It will be in your Kindle May 1st, and the paperback is soon to be there. Workbook on its way. We're here to prepare you for everything that you need as you seek the heart. Thank you guys so much for being with me today. Take care.